Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon and welcome to round 4 of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. A very big welcome to Sandown Motor Raceway. We have got action aplenty right across this weekend. In fact, race cars are making their way around to the grid for what I believe is the first time that we will see the Formula RX8 cars on track here for this series. A pretty new series on the Australian motorsport landscape. Great to have them here at round 4 of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. A big thank you to the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria for presenting this fantastic race weekend. I'm Darren Smith. Right alongside me is Sam Zavali? Silvestro, there we go. Sam Silvestro from the RX8 or Formula RX8 as the cars come around, pull up on the grid. Antonio Cafiso on the grid there, second generation rotary race car driver. Lee Cafiso Racing written right down the side of that car, and Matt Boylett right alongside him. And then we've got Michael Starr, Liam Hall alongside Stacey Vickers, Amber Griffin, Steve Smith, Terry Lewis, a guy that needs no introduction to rotary type racing, Ross Forbes it down the back there, and Jacob Marr, as the cars are away from the grid, and they will make their way down the long, famous Sandown International Motor Raceway straight down into turn number 1. The grid is clear, and everybody has made it away from the start line. Cars plunge down into turn 1. Sam, your thoughts, the favourites. Who do you think is going to come away with the victories here this weekend in the RX8s?
Not real sure about a favourite, but the grid looks fantastic. Multi-coloured cars, coloured presentation. Everybody's really looking good. It's going to be tough in front between the two young guys, as you mentioned, Antonio and Matthew.
So the cars making their way up the back straight. There's a good bunch already formulating sort of from about position 4, 5 and 6 as they come up under the Armour All sign there. Cafiso right in the back now of Boylett. This is it, down into Dandenong Road for the first time. Cafiso with that great 10 right logo on the front of his car, doing a bit of driving amongst the family there is Cafiso. His dad, a famous Victorian improved production racer from back in the 90s, and raced an RX4 very, very well. Great to see the rotary blood still running through the family. Coming onto the straight for the first time, and it will be Boylett that leads Cafiso and Starr the first time round off the standing start. Not a real quick lap, being that it's a standing start. Cafiso looks out, tucks back in. In fact, everybody lines up behind each other here, Sam. The sort of almost like Formula V a little bit there, isn't it? Getting everyone in the draft.
They're all nice and close, which is going to give us some good close racing. And as you say, the two at the front are really having a ding-dong already. Between them in quali. Michael Starr is a relative newcomer to the series. He's doing a fantastic job to be up in third against some seasoned guys like Stacey Vickers, who's trying to mow him down. Liam Hall has done a few of these rounds, and of course Terry Lewis has jumped a couple of spots, or at least one spot. So, but you know, they're staying pretty close together still, which is making it a good spectacle. Thomas Derwin, unfortunately, didn't get to qualify. He's usually a bit faster. Started from the rear of the grid, and as you can see, he's making his way up to ninth already. So the racing's looking good. They're really all out there having a race.
Derwin coming out under the bridge there, famously up to turn 11. And just getting a good look through the field here. Gee, I tell you what, that rotary motion livery makes my heart beat. That livery on an RX3 25 years ago, pounding around the circuits around Australia. And Terry Lewis taking just about every trophy that was available. Awesome to see that livery, that car and that driver back out on track and really enjoying this. Boylett now has just eased a little bit out here, not relaxed, but he's certainly just eased the gap to Cafiso, as Cafiso getting very aggressive up on those wheel strips down through turns 2 and 3. And in these sort of cars, I would suggest, Sam, ripple strips are your friend. They've got good ground clearance. They've got the higher sidewall tyre, so you do get to flow the car a little bit more out of the exit corner.
Yeah, you're right. And you can really see those front two cars are working hard. They're using every millimetre of track. Obviously both pushing each other and learning the limits of these tracks. Anthony's got a little bit of an advantage. He's a local Victorian. He's done a few laps here before. But it's just such a great track. Everybody says it's a horsepower track, just a couple of long straights. But the corners that are here are really fun, challenging, interesting, exciting corners. So that's why the racing looks really good. And as someone who's done a couple of laps around here, I can tell you that the guys out there are having a ball.
Certainly is. Have a look at that. The TFH, temporary fencing hire car. You couldn't get any more colours on that particular outfit if you tried, followed by a plain white car. So that's a juxtaposition right there. And pulling out of the stream here, Cafisso just cruising at the moment. This is a time-certain race of which we have not much time left. So we're probably heading up on the second, but last lap now. So those gaps are going to have to be managed if Cafisso is going to do anything. In fact, he's just set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:25.07, 0.13 faster than Boylett in front, and he's brought the gap back down to just on half a second. Now Terry Lewis dealing with Hall, and Liam Hall just getting the power down going up the back straight.
If I can have a little shout out to car 77, that's one of my Esport racing cars. Jacob Marr is in that one. He's only his second race for this year, so he's still finding his legs. But he's gained a spot and going a little quicker than he did in qualifying. So, as I said, they're all really having a go, and you can see the way the cars are moving around on the suspension as they come out of the corners, using it all up, as we said before, and really staying close together, really bunched up, so it's some good racing.
Sam, tell us just a little bit about these cars. They look, for body-wise, they look to be fairly standard package.
They are very, very standard. They are pretty much production car spec rules. They're all running on the same tyre, the same brake pads, the same, essentially same brakes, standard ECUs. They've just got some very, very small mods to make them, race friendly. But they are very much a production car, and the engines are absolutely standard, even though you'll see them shooting a little bit of flame every now and again.
The field has received the last lap board, so if anybody's got any surprises for the cars in front, now is the time to pounce here. And I'm going to say Terry Lewis has got Amber Griffin very big in his mirrors. If Amber's going to make a move, now's the time. The 35 has just driven off the track. That's Stacey Vickers. And heading up into the runoff area at the top of the circuit. So
almost looks like he might have a flat front right. Is that?
Very slowly limping around.
Yeah,
well, we
right.
jump back to the lead here. And what a drive. 4 absolute mayhem laps in the Formula RX8. And it's going to be our second, actually our pole sitter, Matt Boylett.
Yep, and he's gone faster than he did in qualifying. He's broken into the 24s, so that's they were definitely out there trying.
Cafisso home in second place, so keeping that family's podium results coming here at Sandown. A couple of decades between results for the Cafissos, but how good is that to see the next gen through Star? And then we have Liam Hall, who started out of 3. Liam ended up back in 4. So Michael Starr has covered that off very nicely indeed.
And then Terry Lewis has gained 2 spots.
We go back to Griffin, Derwent.
Derwent's gained a few spots because he was rear of grid.
As has Jacob Marr in the 77, coming out of 9, getting up to 8.
8, well, that's a progress. That's progress. Steve Simmons has slipped back one, I think. He may have had a little bit of a problem. And then Ross Forbes finishing off the top 10.
There it is, confirmation. Boylett, Cafisso, Starr, Hall, Terry Lewis in the 27 home in 5th place. Amber Griffin, Thomas Derwent, Jacob Marr, Simmons and Ross Forbes home in 10th place in the number 66. Tons of racing still to go. In fact, not next. Next on track it will be the Superkarts. They have got their qualifying session number 1 coming your way in just a couple of moments. Sam, thank you very much. That was a short, sharp affair out on track there. Plenty of RX8s coming up tomorrow as well.
Went pretty quick. Yeah, we got another race this afternoon too at around 4:30, I think. So there'll be a bit more on then. I'm sure they'll all be out in the paddock tuning them up and trying to find a bit more speed.
Thank you very much, Sam. We'll be back with Superkarts in just a moment.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Welcome back to Sandown International Motor Raceway. Mentone Premix Concrete have joined us at this round. Mentone Premix Concrete's fourth generation family-owned business and is Melbourne's leading supplier of decorative concrete. Mentone Premix welcomes all to their state-of-the-art showroom, showcasing their services and the very latest of their finishes and products delivered by their team of expert staff on hand to assist you at every step for your customer journey. Mentone Premix specialises in all aspects of decorative concrete, so remember to get exposed with Mentone Premix. Black Mamba Racing provides custom fabrication services and race componentry to suit your race car or off-road vehicle. Black Mamba Racing also specialises in race car prep. You are the best possible shape for your next event. Led by Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship competitor Ben McLeod and the team at Carrum Downs Workshop. So check out products through the aligned Black Mamba Racing distributors or visit blackmambaracing.com.au. Superkarts have made their presence felt here at Sandown for the first time, I believe, in almost a decade and a half. It is fantastic to see these rocket ships, these ground-bound rocket ships on track. Rolf Greaves has joined me from the Victorian Superkart Club. Welcome, Rolf. Great to see Superkarts here back in Sandown.
Thank you, and thank you for having us attend the Blendline TV coverage of the event. It's really good for our sport to be on TV.
Tell us a little bit about what we're about to see over the next 12 and a half minutes here with Superkarts qualifying. Is it just open the gates, do as many laps as you can, as fast as you can? Basically,
yes, it is. Some of the boys were here yesterday doing practice. A few have only virtually cut 1 or 2 laps this morning. So there'll be lots of searching for where those bumps in the circuit aren't. But yes, it is going to be full-on qualifying, and these guys, especially Russ, who's on camera now, will be shooting for pole in his own class.
Great to see the Superkarts here at the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Something that jumps out from a commentator's perspective, and I guess a standby. There's kart number 1.
Tim Clark.
That's not good to see the number 1 kart, the TC Logistics 2 Worlds Racing entry slowing down. And there's, wow.
Well, one of our 250s, well, the only
that
250
is the 250.
Has gone.
So that's not what we wanted to see at all.
No, he's definitely overcooked that corner. What is that? That's 4. He's obviously gone in there a little bit too deep.
So, yeah, like I was saying, something that's jumped out straight away is the numbers on the carts. We're looking at a white background with a red number there, which is obviously, and there's a couple of other ones, yellow plates.
Yeah, that's the white plate with the red number is non-gearbox light. So the class is held to a maximum weight. We then have a blue plate with a yellow number, which is non-gearbox heavy. Then we have a yellow plate with a blue number, which is non-gearbox super heavy. And they're all non-gearbox carts, but then we have our 250, which is currently carrying the GP number. We have 125 open, which was Tim Clark's cart, which is a 125 gearbox cart. And then there's the red plate with an orange number, which is a stock Honda gearbox cart, which is based on the Honda motocross motor.
So we've got a great entry here. This is a really long list, 33 entries here this weekend. We're touching on Nicholas Shembry and the Holder East Penrite 250 International. Just a bit of media and a bit of chit-chat around that particular car. Sadly, it's already bombed out of qualifying, but I think it's important to touch on when we have our local races going to the world and getting great results.
Yeah, Nick virtually got off the plane, I think, yesterday morning, coming back from Assen, where he raced last weekend, I think it was, amongst the world's best, and finished a very credible 4th in a kart that he virtually leased when he went over there. So he didn't take his own kart with him. So he's jumped into an unknown quantity, raced at Assen, a circuit that he'd never seen before, and finished so strongly in such a competitive field. And there was, I think, 60 karts on grid.
Fantastic. Well, all the people tuning in from Assen this weekend will be able to see the rising stars through the State Series broadcast here this weekend, brought to us by Trico, seeing you through. So great to have the broadcast, which is available internationally. I would say to you, Rolf, let all your competitors know that they can, from all the way around the world, they should be letting their karting friends know that they can watch this coverage. We did, in fact, put a link up on our Facebook page, and that will be shared right around the world, and hopefully many of supercarters in not only Europe but America tune in and see what we do down here, down under. Russ Occhipinti, I've just noticed, Joe's gone from third to fourth there in the Max Light, and he's in the Ace Cards Penrite entry. And then it is the 17 there of Lachlan J. McIntyre's now gone through, and Tim Clark remains on top there at 123.72, and now jumping down. I thought we would start to see this after a couple of laps. Tyres getting warmed up there, a slower kart just getting mixed up there. A bit of a look over the shoulder, a bit of spatial awareness there. So the 35 just getting motivated there again. What's the difference in classes there, Rob?
Well, the 35 kart is the stock Honda kart. So it's it is a stock Honda motocross engine on a car. They're not allowed to do any modifications. Whereas the 125 Open, it's open slather, do what you want to the motor, get the most out of it. And for him to be a little bit caught up with the non-gearbox guys is a bit disappointing for him, I guess. But certainly look at the timesheets. Occhipinti being fourth outright in this group is absolutely flying, because he's racing 125 Open carts that should be eating him alive.
Something that is absolutely jumping out to me at the moment is the bumps here at Sandown. We hear about it in closed vehicles and vehicles with suspension. What are these competitors doing? Because just watching on screen there, it's quite graphic. The karts are almost jumping around in their own wheelbase. They're moving around. What are they doing to combat that, or is it just have to put up with it?
They basically, in their sighting laps that they were doing yesterday or this morning, they'll be trying to find where the bumps are less. But having said that, talking to the boys yesterday, they felt that the surface was really better than, say, Calder or even Broadford where we race, that the bumps are really quite sharp and they're just a jump. They're not a big dip and a rolling thing that will necessarily unsettle the kart too much.
We're just watching the kart getting the power down off the corner there, just little jitters here and there. That's sort of not really noticeable, but I guess once you get those undulations, I guess, which is what happens at Broadford.
Yes.
Those undulations.
Yeah, that was sad after the resurface there, that it was a really, really good surface. But I mean, even Phillip Island for us is rough, and everybody says Phillip Island is the place to be. But yes, it is bumpy here, but they are relatively short, sharp bumps, and it's mainly where patching has occurred.
There's something else which is really standing out as well. Some of them have a rear plane on a wing, if you like, and others don't. They've just got the upright pods on the back.
Yeah, there's only 125 Open and 250s are the only karts that are allowed to run a rear wing. The non-gearbox karts and the stock Hondas don't run a rear wing as such, but they are allowed to have vertical end plates.
So it does give them that ability to track a little bit better in the higher speed corners, I guess.
Yeah, some of the guys have said that they do feel that having the twin plates on the back of the kart does make it a little bit more laterally stable.
Yep.
But there have been attempts in the past to run a decorative wing on these non-gearbox classes, and we found that it actually slows them down.
Just getting a good look at the non-gearbox light cars as they're sort of formulated their own little group, and I guess this is what's going to happen in the races as well, because we see them come round. That's a rolling start in the race. We see them come round to the grid in those groups. We're seeing the three different karts, same class karts on screen now.
Yes, well, these three karts will be the ones that will feature fairly heavily in the non-gearbox light racing. They will all run pretty well together and side by side, end to end, and not give an inch.
The 93 just putting the arm up, coming out of turn 4 there. So that is Russ Occhipinti. And running with a couple of, another light there with Pereira the 98, so they were running in a bit of a group there. So I would suggest Occhipinti just going, right, you're not going to swallow me and stream me all the way around.
Well, that's quite possible at this point, unless Russ has had an issue. I have just seen something fly off a cart then.
I'm not sure that wasn't one of the witches' hats that's on the just off that apex ripple strip there. Then it was quite a big piece
Well,
of
it could
black
be. It also
rubber.
looked a little bit like a neck brace. So,
Yes, could be that.
It's quite possible. But yeah, it does look like Occhipinti's slowed somewhat there. He's out of that lead group. Oh no, he's jumped onto the back of him. Maybe he has just thought, no, get off the back of me for a while.
It's getting some good shots there of the 98 coming around, and at the moment it's Clark, and that is in the gearbox category, 120.74. Done a couple of laps ago now. And McIntyre, they're both in the lane actually now too, so done 4 and 5 laps respectively. So obviously gone fast and just coming into the pits there. Is there a window of adjustment on tyre pressures that they'll be looking for in qualifying?
No, not really. We tend to go out and just put in our best time, and if you're running fairly good, you'll come in rather than waste your time driving around and around and around. Looks like
Joe Bracanti there in the JB
had a
Electric.
spin, but he'll be able to rejoin. And that's the other thing with these long gearbox carts, is that they actually have a starter motor fitted. So even if they do spin and lock up and stall, they can just hit the start button and get underway again.
Certainly very helpful there, just getting back on with the lap. We have a good look now at the 29 going into the pits there, the RPM Racing outfit.
This lead group of super heavies that we've just picked up coming down the front straight, Rod Clark, father of Tim, who's our pole sitter at the moment, our outright pole sitter, and Joe Branchetti, they'll be going toe-to-toe like this all day.
For those watching on at home, looking out for Zara Scarcella, currently sitting down there in 25th, her time 136.9, running in the Max Light class. Seems like Max Light, there's a lot of karts represented in that.
It is our biggest class at this event, yeah.
So Zara currently settling down there at 26 there in qualifying. Climbing up the hill here, a little bit of wind buffeting these karts around there. A little bit grab of the ripple strip. Is there any advantage in a supercart of getting on the ripple strip, or is that just going to upset the thing too much?
Yeah, it's just going to upset you unbelievably. And some of the ripple strips here will actually beat you. And you'll just sit there with your wheels spinning and going nowhere.
Getting a good look at Darren Tyler there in the Max Light class there, the Intrepid. And going with our 91 at the moment, which is Burke in the Max Light category there as well. So getting on with it, the 57 just up the road there as well. That was Darren Tyler we were just looking at, also on the Intrepid. Great shots down along the straight here. A couple of the
Stock Hondas together. Oliver and Jeff Duckworth in the lead. Oliver Bonacasco following up. Catching up on Max Heavy there.
So Duckworth currently sitting in P10 for our grid. Karts starting to just find their way around. Checkered flag has been waved now, so this session concluding. And Rolf, we might just get you to have a bit of cast your eye across that timesheet. Give us a bit of a rundown.
Well, we've got Tim Clark, who's the 125 Open, is clearly the pole sitter alongside Colin McIntyre. Nick Shembry, even though he really didn't qualify, because he's a 250 twin, he will go to the number one position, and that's basically to stay out of the way of everybody else. Russell Campinti has got it over his teammate Sonny Pereira in Max Light. In Stock Honda, Duckworth has held over Oliver for pole in Stock Honda. Max Heavy is trying to see who's got that one. Tyler Williams is put in a good finish there in Max Heavy, and in Max Super Heavy, it's Rick Satterfield who's got it with the timesheet moving everywhere. It's above Cameron Austin and Rod Clark. So it's they'll all form up for our first race in their individual groups with a bit of spacing.
First race, of course, this afternoon is at 2:45 as our supercars return to the paddock. Rolf, thank you very much for lending all of your expertise on the supercars, and
Thanks
we will
for having
see you at around 2:30.
Okay.
Doing warm-ups ready for race number 1 at 2:45.
Terrific.
Awesome.
See you then.
Thank you, Rolf. Thank you very much. Coming up on track next is the Formula Fords for their first race for the weekend, and it is my absolute pleasure to announce that Tom Reed will be joined by Courtney Prince. So got a couple of current Formula Ford racers going to be commentating on this Formula Ford race coming up. We'll be back with Formula Fords in just a moment.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Welcome back to round 4 of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships at Sandown Motor Raceway. We've got Formula Ford up next for their 18-minute plus one-lap race. I'm joined alongside by Courtney Prince making her debut for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship in the commentary booth. And we should look forward to a fantastic race with 16, 15 Jury 10 cars and about 6 10 cars moving. Run you through the grid sheet. We've got Lachlan Nevernet off the front row, Jamie Rowe alongside him, Joe Fawcett and Kobe Williams, Kobe off of P4, Will Lowing off of P5 in the next Sonic car. Then we go to Jack Johnson, Brad James, and a Marcus Ambrose Motorsport car, Isaac Delwick. Then we go to Giuseppe Robno, Seth Burkhardt, Jack Penachia, Lockie Maneve in a Spirit, Ashton Gilly also in another Spirit. Then we go to Jared Hurst in another X-Sonic car, Tabitha Ambrose in the Pertec Marcus Ambrose Motorsport. in 13, Craig Arnold just next to her. And then we move back to the Kent grid with Richard Davison, Gene Kutsamides, Peter Fitzgerald. Then it will be Craig Arnold who just slotted on the Duratec grid alongside of Jason McGrath in his RF93. Courtney, we've got the first race of round 4 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. This is also round 4 of the National Championship. Have you been able to watch any of the racing so far this year?
Yeah, no, I do definitely keep touch on Formula Ford my days. I definitely look back on them and they set me up so much for my career. So it's always good to see the young drivers in here really getting a feel. These cars are awesome to learn in. They're probably a hard car to drive to really get the last few tenths out of them. But yeah, when you jump into like a Porsche or a GT car, they're a lot helpful to take those tools with you learn in them.
Yeah, they're certainly entertaining cars to watch. They always provide good racing when not under safety car conditions, so hopefully today we can see some green flag running cars forming up on the grid now. The yellow flags will be taken away and we should be ready to get a start. Looking down the long front straight here at Sandown. Lockie Evanet on the right hand side of screen in his McGale. Then we go to car 48, Jamie Rowe in his Spectrum. So Kent cars forming up at the rear of the grid there. You can see Andrew Tordy's 06B, and we are set for a start here at Sandown. Red lights on. Hard on the rev limiter here on the front straight. Held for a long, long time.
This is a really long start.
And the lights are still yet to go out, and they finally go out. And it's a pretty even conversion from the front row, but watch for Kobe Williams on driver's right. He will swoop through and take the race lead by the time they get to turn 1. Further on the left there is Joe Fawcett in his Spectrum trying to get a move on Lockie Evanet. That's deep under brakes. He gets that done for P3. Running off track there is Miguel, car 24 of Seth Burkhardt. He rejoins safely. Kobe Williams with the race lead up into turn 4 for the first time.
This is a really great track, especially in Formula Ford. The curves, it gets quite interesting, so I'm excited to see this race. I think there'll be plenty of action, there always is.
Peter Fitzgerald, we just saw leading the Kent field as car 39 has gone for a spin. Tabitha Ambrose also off the back of the field there. So there's been a change up the front for the Kent field as we take a shot here at the Duratec field. Fling it across the curbs over the top. Evanet with a deep move under brakes there. Did he get that stop for P3? We've gone safety car already, so possibly a car down at turn 1. Yes, Evanet did get that stop, so he's running in P3 for the restart here. Will Lowing just behind in P4. So over the stripe for the first time, unfortunately, under safety car conditions. We have Kobe Williams leading from Fawcett in his Spectrum. Lockie Evanet there in 3rd. Will Lowing in 4th. A car being towed behind the recovery truck here. Can't quite see who it is. It's Giuseppe in Brogno in car 5. So he started off at P9, so he'll go to the rear for the first race tomorrow morning. Ashton Gearley at the back there in his Spirit. The last of the front package Duratec cars. Possibly Giuseppe frying a clutch on the line there with how long they were held. It would have been at least 15 seconds that those cars were held for. Banging off the rev limiter, and yeah, they don't like to sit for too long. Brad James coming into the pits in car 61. The other Marcus Ambrose motorsport car, so 2 of them coming out of that stable this weekend. So not sure what's happened here. Back Panacea running in P9, just got a shot of him back at the front of the Kent field as they go past. It's Andrew Tordy now that has taken the lead from Peter Fitzgerald. So he started off of P2.
So everyone will be just keeping their tyres warm under safety car, so just warming up the brakes, tyres. Normally you're quite annoyed because there is a safety car, you just want to get back out there racing, but as soon as it goes back green, it's really crucial that obviously the brakes and tyres are warm again so you don't go into turn 1 and lock a brake. So yeah, everyone be just doing that, ready for a start.
So lights out on the safety car. We will get a restart this time by with that car being towed off down at turn 1. So the weaving stops, the field bunches up, and we are set for a restart here. This will be nice and frantic. We've got a big gaggle of Duratec cars up the front. Andrew Torty just holding off there, separating the two fields.
So coming up for the restart, the number 1 man, Kobe Williams, at the moment, so he'll be thinking about how he can gap these guys and get a little bit of a buffer. Obviously the slipstream here, especially in these cars, is quite hard to break, so you'll be trying to get a good restart to have a little buffer and then not be able to get past into turn 1.
So this is where things start to get a little messy sometimes. He's held them all the way on the front straight. Gets a nice restart. Joe Fawcett couldn't quite capitalise on that. And here comes the freight train down the front straight, snaking from left to the right as Kobe Williams tries to break that draft. Big move there from Lockie Evanet and car 88. Couldn't get anything done. Spooked Will Lowing, and that's allowed car 48 there of Jamie Rowe to go around the outside. He started off of the front row. He's made his way back to P4. Joe Fawcett running in second, right up the gearbox of Kobe Williams, who is racing leader. Green flags flying up the back straight for the second time in here. Ashton Geely getting a move done on Jared Hurst there in the ex-Sonic car. Tabitha Ambrose picking her way through the Kent field.
So going up the back straight, you can see Kobe's blocking because the slipstream again, so why they're all bunched up, there's probably going to be a bit more action, especially coming into turn 1 and up over the back with the slipstream.
Car 48 there again of Jamie Rowe, picking his way through the field, still running in P4. But Kobe Williams has held the lead. The first time back under green flag conditions. He will look to try and break the slipstream here. Riding behind car 23. P2 there of Joe Fawcett down the front straight. 7.5 minutes to go on the clock. The fastest lap that time round of a 1 minute 17.1. So just a little bit off qualifying pace here. Evanet down the inside of Joe Fawcett, gets that move to P2, comes up the inside into turn 2 there, but he'll become under big attack here up the back straight as Joe Fawcett flies over the curve. So up the back straight, under 7 minutes remaining. Tabitha Ambrose running down in 15th as she looks to latch back onto the Duratec field. But here comes the freight train, and it's Kobe Williams out in front who's got quite a handy margin at the moment. He's been able to break that toe ever so slightly, and it'll take a mistake for the guys behind just to close that gap a little further. Car 36 on the screen there of Isaac Demmelwick doing a nice job in P9. He started in P8, so he's lost one spot there. Jared Hurst being chased by Ashton Keeley in second. Spirit, so 3 manufacturers in the Duratec field. The more dominant chassis so far in this race being the Spectrum, followed by a Megale.
You can see all the front guys are all bunched up, especially when you're about 6th or 8th and you're so close, you're kind of trusting the guy in front. You can't see too much, especially in these cars, you're quite low, just trusting everyone. But yeah, when you're probably about 3rd around this track's the best is you can get the double toe, so you probably want to be sitting about 3rd on the last lap.
I guess there is an element of trust between their drivers. You know, the more that you race together, you sort of realise who's going to throw a late move here and there. Is that something you sort of work towards throughout your career? You sort of realise who is going to be respectful to you?
Yeah, definitely. I guess over the years you get to know all the drivers and what they do and don't do. I mean, normally when you're at the pointy end of the field, you have quite good trust as you all normally brake at the same points in that, but it's probably, yeah, I guess a bit harder, especially if you're coming through the field to someone that doesn't have as much experience, so you're a bit more wary of when they're going to brake. But yeah, definitely at the front of the field, it's always a great battle. Always trying to outsmart each other, especially when it's so close like this racing.
Yeah, we've seen that so far with this race as the top three keep it nice and clean. 6 minutes to go. Fastest lap that time by Lockie Evanet, who is challenging for the race lead. He's been able to tow past Kobe Williams into turn 1 and takes over in his French-built Miguel, followed by the 2 Australian-built Spectrums there from Mike Ballin. Not far from this racetrack is his home base, but Kobe Williams is now, you'd say, probably in the box seat to take the race lead up the back straight.
Yeah, no, definitely. We'll probably swap a few times with that slipstream. They all seem to be quite similar pace, the top 6, so it should be quite interesting. It's always not good when you're braking the air because you know the guy behind you is going to pass you probably.
Really close racing up the top of the hill, down into Dandenong Road, and these two almost interlocking wheels down into Dandenong Road. Watch for Joe Fawcett on the inside of his fellow Spectrum driver here. But this will mean Lockie Evanet is licking his lips. He's just able to extend that margin a little bit here through the last couple of corners. Will Lowing actually taking the fastest lap of the race that time by. He's running just at the back of this shot here in P5, the car that he and his dad run. So doing a fantastic job. He did a 15.2 last time round, going a little slower than that this time, but pulling out here for a move. And there's big dramas in the back, interlocking wheels down the front straight. Jack Johnson, Jack Penachia, I think that was Seth Burkhardt as well. Wow, so a big moment down the front straight. Who's been able to take the race lead? Because that could prove crucial. It's Lockie Evanet still. So if we go safety car, we may have this race all wrapped up, and we have gone safety car. So 4-car incident there, 3 cars stopped on the front straight. Quite a scary incident.
Yeah, it's definitely not good when you get turned, and let alone when you hit a wall, and here there's lots of walls to hit.
That does big damage hitting the rear of these cars, which can push the driveline through the gearbox and the bell housing. So yeah, I suspect some big work to be done here. Car on the rider shot, I believe, is Jack Johnson. His car doesn't look too bad, but he's climbing out for now. So quite a scary moment. Drivers walking off the track, going under safety car. 2.5 minutes to go. So this will be quite a lengthy recovery. I doubt if we will get any racing laps back here.
Yeah, definitely these guys normally, I've been in this position obviously before, as we all have as racing car drivers, that normally you feel pretty annoyed at yourself, even if sometimes it's not your fault, because especially your team has put in so much work into these cars and now hours to fix them. And obviously a lot of money that you have to find through sponsorship or your own pocket. So yeah, you're normally pretty annoyed at yourself.
Car back in the garage here, the number 5 of Giuseppe Imbrogno, run by Max Fideau Enterprises. So this car going up on the quick lift. Something clearly wrong here with car 5. Not sure whereabouts he was running. Can't quite remember what position he was running in during the time, but that'll mean he has to come off the rear of the Duratec field for race 2 tomorrow morning. Just having a look at the timing screen, and your leader in the Kent class being Andrew Torty, followed by Richard Davison. So those two starting off the front row have swapped positions in the Kent field, just behind Dean Koutsamides in the only historic eligible car, running the older Avon tyre there in his RF89 Van Diemen. Peter Fitzgerald just behind him, then Craig Arnold in his RF90, sort of Marlborough livery car there, and Jason McGrath rounding out the field in his RF93 yellow Formula Ford. So a recovery just happening here on the front straight. We may even see a checkered flag this time by, just to wrap this race up with how many cars we have to recover. And we have a replay coming up now of this incident down the front straight. So take a look at the second group of cars moving right over to the driver's left. Continuing to move over was the Miguel there of Seth Burkhardt, who kept squeezing Jake Penachia over to driver's left. Quite a scary feeling, I assume, for the drivers involved there.
Yeah, definitely. And in these cars, when you touch wheels, normally that happens, unlike Porsche and that where you can do a bit of rubbing. So, yeah, normally it happens quite quickly and you spin around and, yeah, this is the end result of it.
So, big contact in the wall for car 24 there is Seth Burkhart's. He was involved in that accident, so that'll be a fairly hefty rebuild for that car overnight. Hopefully they can get it out
now.
So yeah, checkered flag out now for first race of round 4 of the National Series for Formula Ford. Also round 3 for the State Series, the Victorian State Series for Formula Ford. So your winner being Lockie Evanet, Kobe Williams and Jamie Rowe. These guys will come back tomorrow morning at 9:30 for a 15-minute race. And they'll duke it out again, similar to what we saw up until the safety cars. Fantastic racing between the majority of the field. I'll just run you quickly through the rest of the top 10. Joe Fawcett there in P4. Then we go to Will Lowing doing fantastic job in P5. He started off of 5th. Isaac Demelweek. Then we go to Ashton Geely in the Spirit. Jared Hurst in his McGale. Tabitha Ambrose making it all the way up to P9. Then it goes through to the Kent field of Torty, Davison, Koutsamides, Fitzgerald and Arnold. And then those cars not making it around for the full race involved in that crash. Seth Burkhart's, Jack Penachia, Jack Johnson, Brad James, Giuseppe Imbrogno and Lockie Manif. So a lot of DNFs in the Duratec field. I think we've got Callum Brannigan down there in the pit lane for some driver interviews. We'll throw to him in just a moment.
Ben Barguana, never like having these conversations at this time, but first of all, is Jack Johnson okay?
Look, he got on the radio and he was complaining at first. I think he said something about his leg, but look, he did come back and say he's okay. I'm not really sure. I couldn't really see it from here, so I don't know. I hope he's okay, but he did respond to me, so I guess that's a good sign.
Do you know what actually happened or what occurred on the main straight there?
Look, there were 4 cars that were pretty nose to tail coming out of that last corner, so look, anything could happen, but unfortunately you can't really see much here from pit lane, so not sure. Hopefully it's not too bad, but I'll have to wait and see.
No worries, hope to see you tomorrow.
Absolutely, thank you.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Welcome back to round 4 of the Trico Victorian State Race Series here at a beautiful Sandown Raceway, and we're absolutely delighted to be here this weekend. Normally the weather's just a little bit abhorrent, I guess you would call it. Typical winter month conditions for the traditional round 4 here at Sandown in years past, but today it's beautiful blue skies and sun, getting a little bit sunburnt as well. So we've got a little bit of time to fill while they do clean up the main straight kerfuffle there for the Formula Fords before. So sincerely hope all the drivers involved are okay and that the teams can indeed get the cars turned around for tomorrow's pair of races. And we do have 10 categories here this weekend, and you can see behind me actually we've got Francois Habib, who was a very late addition to this weekend. So late, in fact, he arrived this morning with the Dodo Commodore, you can see. And there was a bit of a process in refuelling the car. So he's actually manning the fire extinguisher down the bottom here. So he's actually on standby, making sure that the team refuel the car as safely as possible. So there are procedures, there are considerations that the teams take into account to make sure that they are dealing with a rather dangerous substance as safely as possible. So Francois Habib, a very capable driver, and it's a big thanks to him for all of the work that he does behind the scenes. Actually, did you want to have a chat with us now, Francois?
I work behind the scenes.
Sometimes, yeah, you sometimes work behind the scenes. But, mate, you've shown up this morning with the Dodo Commodore. You've gone out for qualifying. How's it been so far?
A qualifying session to forget, I suppose. Yeah, very rusty. Haven't driven on for about a year. I got the call yesterday. They said, can you help out fill the field? I said, yeah, all right. There was about 3 or 4 people that talked me into it, and then finally I said, okay, if someone can come and help me, we'll load it up, put the tyres in, whatever. So we got it here last night. No prep, no nothing. Sitting there ready to go. All I had to do was just fuel it up and fix this.
Tune the brain up. Exactly. So you have been in competition this year, but you're racing Formula V, which is obviously a car that has significantly less horsepower compared to the 650 ponies packed underneath the Commodore behind us.
Absolutely, yeah. I had an opportunity to drive a Formula V for the year because I hadn't driven since last September, and I didn't want to knock it back because Formula Vs are generally pretty fun to drive. I didn't have a good weekend that weekend, but it's all about being out there, isn't it? Like, this is what a lot of the motorsport guys do. They want to be out driving regardless of whether they come first, last, whatever. As long as you're out there, you're having fun, that's the main thing, and that's what I'm doing this weekend, yeah. And
how good is it to have national sports sedans back here at Sandown?
It's very, very good. Like, they're a spectacle, really, on their own. And I think they would be the draw card for this event. The main draw card. I won't say the draw card. There's so many other categories that are really, really good. But to hear those things and watch those things is just absolutely amazing. And to be in the field, even though I'm at the back, it's still pretty cool.
No worries at all. Thank you so much for joining us down here in Pit Lane.
Thanks. See you later.
All right, we'll keep this tour going. So let's walk down and just give you a bit of an idea of how the volunteer operation happens behind the scenes. So actually yesterday, Francois was one of the many people from the Australian Sports Sedans Association of Victoria helping putting this event on. But there's actually an army of people working down here in garages 34 and 35. So there's a lot of lunches to prepare for the volunteer officials scattered all the way around the circuit. Got Vince Stenter here. I'm looming in on him. Do you want to have a bit of a chat to us about...
I've got to listen for course car.
He's got to listen for course car, so yeah, that's probably an example of just how busy he is. But actually, if I get Mark just to look into the garage,
Sorry,
he is.
Otherwise I'd love to.
No, I'll just take it personally. That's all good, mate. No, look, we've got the army of people here, so you can see there's Hannah Holloway sitting to the right there next to Karen as well. So we've got some race secretaries working tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure that all of the licenses, the driver's licenses, are logged, and all of the media credentials and all the media personnel trackside as well are signing on and following procedures. There's a huge amount of food as well, and you can actually see a few bit of kitchen infrastructure as well to heat up some hot food, and that's one of the draw cards of this event, traditionally known as the hot dog round, where the volunteer officials would receive a hot dog and a hot pumpkin soup in the past. Probably not perhaps this weekend. You can see there's some sandwiches on offer for everyone, but it's a massive operation to be able to make sure that everyone who are working tirelessly in all weather conditions are kept well fed, well watered, and making sure that they're being well looked after as much as possible. Let's go and talk to the Queen of Australian Motorsport. I'm going to door stop her. She doesn't know this is happening. And we are live. We are live. I was talking to you about pumpkin soup before this weekend. Now, you used to make 250 litres of pumpkin soup for the trackside officials, but how many weeks did that take you to prepare back in the day?
Probably about 6 weeks because, by the time you peel all the pumpkins and make all the pea and ham soup, it's about 6 weeks it took.
How many hot dogs? It was north of 300.
Tomorrow we've got 500.
Tomorrow?
500 hot dogs tomorrow. The girls will be helping me do.
That is a scoop. So you heard it here first. We've got hot dogs coming tomorrow. So that is the best news we've had all weekend. It's great to have you around here in the paddock, though, but we're just touching on the absolute army of people we've got here working behind the scenes to put on the catering for everyone. You must feel a sense of achievement and pride when you are able to cater for everyone so well.
I couldn't do it without the girls. They do an amazing job. I've dragged Mary, another cousin of mine, in this weekend, and she has not stopped, and she's had a great time. So, without the help, I couldn't do it, and everybody is so appreciative. So, I'll do it while I can.
Fantastic. Motorsport's much better off for having people like Anne Gilliland around. So, big thank you to you for having a chat. We've got Joel Ramsey here making his commentary debut here this weekend. We'll chat to you a bit later on, mate. So probably not suitable for this time slot. So we'll keep walking down the pit lane, see who we might be able to chat to. Massive pit lane garages along here at the Sandown Raceway. I think there's about 50 in total, but there is a big mix. It's not just one category lining up along the pit lane. We've got all categories mixed amongst each other, as well as the massive paddock behind us as well, where you do have a lot of the teams, probably a lot more of the budget-conscious teams, where they are arriving with the basic gazebo style trailer setup, so it's a lot more affordable, and that's what state racing is so good, because it caters for all levels of budgets, capabilities, and it's also the perfect place to get started. You can see so many people, a lot of the trackside officials here, some of them will be making their debut. So actually, speaking of, they've actually cleaned up the main straight. So we have coming up next, the next event on the bill. It's time to throw over to the commentators.
Thank you very much, Callum Brannigan. Great to have that coverage down there in pit lane and covering off some of the important people, the characters. Francois Habib, who we have a big shout out to. Of course, he's running in Formula V this weekend. He's got a couple of cars in his shed, and the ex-Bob Gill championship winning Falcon is also in his possession these days as well. So we look forward to seeing Francois back in his sports sedan. It's also great to welcome Autohouse Vehicle Storage in Moorabbin to our sponsorship package here at the State Series. Autohouse Vehicle Storage, created in 2018 with a drive to offer motoring enthusiasts a safe location to store their special vehicle away from the home. Autohouse has moved to a new location in Moorabbin with amplified security measures in place to protect customer vehicles as if they were their own. For less than $100 per week, you can store your race car, your weekend, your project car, your enthusiast vehicle within a secure facility that provides peace of mind above all else. Autohouse also has a community member offer. Sign up for 6 months and receive the first month offer for free in August till August 30. Visit the team along Trade Alley at Sandown and you'll see the Lexus LC500 and the Kazoo Racing Corolla in the activation. Give Autohouse a call on 0437 351 000. Let's talk storage. Let's stop talking storage and start talking car racing. Saloon cars are on track for what is one of the, I'm going to say, prouder moments for saloon cars this weekend. It is the legends of saloon cars, and we do very quickly just cast our memory back to a great friend of saloon cars, a great friend of Group S, and a great friend of the commentary booth in Jeff Thomas, these guys. And right on cue, there's Jeff's old saloon car just going through there with William Harris at the wheel there. So a fantastic inclusion from all the saloon cars. A couple of key things from this weekend. We've got drivers from Western Australia, 46 Reggie Ralph in the VT Commodore, Andrew Martin in the AU Falcon from South Australia. We've got Sean Jamison in the VY Commodore, Brad Vaughan in the Commodore, Scott Dornan in his VY, David Lyons, James Jeske, and a fantastic field of cars. Emma Dean has lobbed right next to me, and we've got a bit of a task ahead because we're going to get through this grid, and they're already halfway round. Sean Jamison will start from pole, his fellow South Australian Brad Vaughan right alongside.
Absolutely, Darren, and I heard news you just said that Kane Baxter-Smith has had an engine in, engine out, so he's starting at the back of the grid. Now, if you were to tell me one of these drivers in saloon cars was going to start at the back of the grid of 33, I would hope that it would be Kane Baxter-Smith, only because I know he's going to knock handles off, coming all the way through, and I can't wait to see the action.
Scott Dornan is next with Kieran Pridmore right alongside Travis Lindorff, Reg Ralph. Then we go to Daniel Johnson down there in 7th. Great to see Kevy Stootman the grassroots racing very own Kevy Stoopman in number 12. He'll be starting out at position 8. Adam Lowndes down there in 9th. Jacob Prestapino in 10th. What a field of rock stars. Andrew McSwain, Justin Shemry, Terry Bright, Andrew McLeod, David Lyons, Jason Cruz, Will Harris in Jeffy Thomas's old White Falcon. Nash Harris right alongside, and that will be position 8. James Jeske to Martin Hindley, Jackson Cartledge, Cody Cartledge, Matt Yeager, Brett Tate down there, Keegan Gaunt out of 28 will be Ryan Ridgway, Darren Kratitas, Chris Henley, Rob Knight, and then came back to Smith and Ashley Lee down the back. We've got a field set to go for the drive events. Saloon Cars race number 1 for the weekend. Let's get them all home in good shape. 12 and a half minutes in this journey, and the lights are on. Sorry, 5-second board. It's a reflection off a car behind where the red light normally is on the starter's rostrum. Lights are on. It was a long hold for Formula Fords. It was a long hold again for Saloon Cars, but away we go. I'm going to say Brad Vaughan got an absolute blinder of a start. In fact, he is crowding Sean Jamison over towards the wall on the far side of the track, driver's left, in a Saloon Car, and popping out in the 51 is Travis Lindorff. He's going to have a big look up the inside as they go into turn 1.
Oh, what a moment, Darren. Cars popping out left and right all the way coming down the straight. I didn't know what was going to happen. Oh, we've got a bit of a collision there. Oh.
It's the mid-pack there, and Kane Baxter Smith is just rejoining. He's already got damage on the front of his car, so starting rear of grid, this is what's going to happen. So there's been a coming together, but Sean Jamison, he is going to have to chase down the Brad Vaughan freight train as they go up the back straight for the first time. The field's streaming their way through. There goes Jeff Thomas's old car with Will at the wheel there, but it's Kritzis has got a ripping start there as well, got up into the front runners. Have a look at this.
Oh my God, Darren.
Scotty Dornan.
I'll tell you now, the action between the tight corners of 2, 3 and 4 and then coming up to after the back straight down into Dandenong Road, that is just pure excitement. And we've got 33 cars going around, so we're going to have action left and right.
Where's Brad Vaughan? Has he absolutely just cleared out, or have we lost him?
I can't.
Not sure. I think we've lost him back to 4th place there. That's actually our leader, Sean Jamison. We didn't pick up what happened to Vaughan. In fact, he's gone behind the Turn the Page racer there as well, so gone back behind Travis Lindorff. Lindorff's got a great run. The dust from the oil downer from the Formula Ford incident on the main straight there. There's the car I was talking about, Brad Vaughan, Super 2 racer, who, believe it or not, loves his saloon car racing here in the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. A little bit of dust, a little bit of panel rubbing. Never got in the way of a good race in saloon cars. There's Nash Harris in the yellow VN. And just looking back down through the field now there as well, Andrew McLeod in the all-white AU, and he is pulling over to the left-hand side there. There's Kane Baxter Smith. Where did Kane cross the line? In fact, he got up to 8th. There's Brett Tate now down into turn 2 and 3.
Yeah, I wonder if a few guys are suffering from that turn 1 collision at the start of the race, Darren. There was a few things knocked off there, but we're still going.
Big lock-ups there, and that looked to be, and that is the second of the sedan hotel cars of Reg Ralph in the 46 there. Daniel Johnson weighing in on this. Watch out for DJ. He had the number 1 plate on the side of his car. The 51 has gone slow. That's Travis Lindorff. The Turn the Page bookstore from Phillip Island car has slowed. One of the rock stars, drama already in lap number 2. For the drive events, Saloon Cars race number 1 for the weekend. Line astern with each other, just popping out to get a clear view. Who's leading? Well, it's going to be, in fact, that's had a bit of a rotate around at the front there as well. There's Reg Ralph, Daniel Johnson. So we're looking down there in 7th and 8th. Then it's Lowndes in behind them. There's car 1, Adam Lowndes, Jamo. And there's David Lyons in there as well. Oh, up and over. Big Nash getting a little bit of a touch-up too. Kane Baxter Smith there. He is pushing hard in the 56. Wow, what a start to this race for Baxter Smith. Up to 14th place now.
19 positions in less than a minute.
In saloon cars.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic.
You know, you're lucky to make up half a position in saloon cars, let alone that many. But Kane Baxter-Smith, engine change, so mechanical marvel. Straight lining it through there to the 34. That's Andrew McSwain, the drive events man himself. And he has got the 24 of Lyons. Mixing it up. David Lyons from South Australia in there as well. So great to have so many interstate competitors coming over here for this weekend. Ash Lee has been chasing some electrical gremlins, didn't make it out for qualifying. That's why he was down the back. As we touched on, Baxter Smith, an engine change. And some notable debuts here this weekend. Andrew Hardley, Ryan Ridgely, and the 175 of Chris Handley.
Daniel Johnson was about to show a little bit of interest there, but backed out of good sense, I would say, because these guys going around turn 1, 2, and 3, it's really narrow. I wish we could translate that on camera. It's hard without an aerial, but with these cars, they love side-to-side action. They love going 2, 3 wide, but those turns are super, super narrow. And there's
Rob
Knight.
Rob Knight, the Victorian, found his way off track and just trying to pick up where that is. Another 147 tyre rubbing, and that's Cody Cartledge. 2 Cartledge family cars here right alongside each other was Cody and the 76 of Jason. New South Wales entries, so they started off down in 23 and 24, so that's a shame. Just, I'm going to say, gently cruising back again. Andy McSwain in the 34. The name in his own company's name, Drive Events, and he's having a torrid time out there. Getting it back on track. We just look back inside the top 10 now. In fact, right inside the top 10, Reg Ralph and Daniel Johnson out over the back of the ripple strip. Oh, Baxter Smith with a flat.
Oh, what a shame. He did so well. He got up to 14th in the end, and now he's going to drop back. Hopefully he can nurse that back, get it into the pits, and we won't need a recovery.
Well, the good thing for all of us watching on, Em, is that he'll come from rear of grid again later on this afternoon. Tomorrow. So we'll get to watch that. But that's not what Kane's come here to do. He's come here to win races and try and take out a championship. So we'll keep an eye on that. There's the guy that had the number 1 on his door 2 seasons ago, Daniel Johnson. Worked very, very hard. In fact, the size of this field is due to a lot of work that's been done in the years before by not only the committee, but individuals in this. And Daniel Johnson was the president for a number of years and has really grown the numbers here. Dornan now in P2 to Jamison, so chasing it down. Jamo's got a 1.6 second lead, and we've got just over 9 minutes left to go. Andy McSwain and, well, we've got Lindorf and Preston Pino in, so I think there might be a rock concert forming in the pit because all the rock stars are in the lane.
Can you imagine the start of the back of the grid tomorrow for the start of race 2, Darren? That's going to be a blinder. I can't wait for that.
I thought you were going to say the lead guitar and drum solo riff that band was going to put on for us. That would be immense.
I'm not into the rock star analogies like you are, Darren, unfortunately.
I guess you've got to know one to know how to talk about it, AM. Jamo at the front, talking about rock stars. Brad Vaughan pushing hard from 4th, got the first to second gear change in the start down to turn 1. Beautiful. Not sure what happened to Brad, but gone back to P4 as a result of that. We get a bit of a look at the midfielders here. This is the 14 of Jason Cruz, and Jason is currently in 17 with the 76 of James. That's Jason Cartledge in there. We saw the demise of the 147 Cartledge car, but this is a good battle. This is actually 4 in the race, 15, 16, 17 in the field. So this is what can happen in saloon cars, right up and down through the grid. Running the homegrown product. Sadly, we don't do this in Australia anymore. But up the inside there, beautiful move by Cruz there. That was a very nice move. Jason Cruz, the Victorian, getting through there and doing a very tidy job there indeed. Car 1 needs very little introduction. Adam Lowndes in the Pro Plum entry was very, very focused in season 2024, and he took great joy in peeling the number off and putting number 1 on there. And why wouldn't you? You race hard to get championships. It's great to get lap records. It's better to get race wins. But boy, oh boy, when you can piece it together for a championship and you can run the number one on your car for the next season, that's what it's all about.
I tell you what, Darren, though, these are the ultimate race on Sunday, drive to work Monday cars, and they were everywhere for a long time. The generations lasted for what seemed forever. And it's great to see them out on track and not just retired or building rust or, you know, just neglected in someone's yard. It's fantastic to see this many out on track. It's an absolute credit to Andy McSwain, the current president of Saloons, but also to Daniel, as you mentioned before, and anyone else who is involved in beefing up this category to 33 cars.
Sean Jamieson now fastest lap at 123.49. And we've got 6.5 minutes remaining. Getting a good look at car 12. That's Kevy Stoopman, a evergreen competitor. And Kevy's currently sitting P3 on the road. I think he started out, where did he start? Started back down the field out of 8. So that is a guy that can switch it on in HQs in Darwin 6 weeks ago, in Commodore Cup, in Darwin, go to Sydney Motorsport Park and then land here. And in 6 weeks, he's driven 3 different cars, it's 3 different styles of events. And Kevy Stoopman is known to a lot of people in the world of Australian motorsport. And if you want to hear his story, he was a guest on episode number 49 of the Grassroots Racing podcast. You should check it out, Em.
I mean, I'm not sure how often you're going to tell me to listen to your podcast, Darren, but I will at one point. I have certainly tuned into the Peter Hackett episode, and I need to check out the Barry Ryan one as well.
Back to the racing now. Sean Jefferson with Scotty Dawn and Kevin Stoopman in P3. Brad Vaughan, I'd really, really like to see how Stoopy would deal with a charging Brad Vaughan, because that guy is absolutely immense. As we're getting some great shots now of this battle. David Lyons is really starting to push the boundary as well, coming along as a driver, and being able to stick onto the back of Adam Lowndes would be a terrific learning phase on how to do it, as we get a great shot back down to our race leader, Sean Jamieson. I am not sure. I'm going to get Kelly, the media guy from Saloon Cars. I'm going to give her a challenge and see if she can tell me if he's the winningest driver over the history of Saloon Cars. And it's a long history. It's well over 25 years that the Tasco organisation has been together. But Jamo's won a lot of races in Falcons and in Commodores, so he doesn't discriminate. He tends to bring the car that suits the track to the racetrack. As we get a look now at the 78 plunging down into the car 70. That's Matt Yeager with the with the eyes on the front there.
I just noticed the eyes.
Are they cross-eyed or are they looking straight ahead?
Sorry, Darren, I'm just looking up winningest in the dictionary. I can't find it yet, but yeah.
It's a turn of phrase more than a word, really, isn't it? So out of turn 4, we just get Ralph there as well. And Daniel Johnson has gone through. Now he is pushing onto Brad Vaughan. And Brad's just easing his way past this 28 of Knight, who we saw off earlier on. And he's been given a short back and side of 2 guys that are absolutely at the top of their saloon car racing game. Vaughan now coming under massive fire. This is really cool stuff. This is what we wanted to see with the Jeff Thomas Memorial. DJ's gone through. Great drive here. Vaughan just I think is going to say is struggling with a little bit. He's not struggling with moving the car around.
I love this category, Darren. It's squirrely, it's sideways, it's everything. It's got everything, and these guys just are not afraid to race. They're not afraid to do nose to tail, and they're not afraid to knock mirrors off either. I just absolutely love this category.
Daniel Johnson now doing a really good job. He's got a gap to catch Kevin Stoopman of about 4 seconds. No, it's actually more than that, about 8 seconds. So he's got a lot of work to do with only just on 3 minutes remaining in this adventure. But there's Lowndes on the road at the moment. Lowndes has just gone down a spot now to Reg Ralph. So the South Australian has gone through in the Sedan hotel car. And in fact, I think that's just swapped back around again. Get this shot. No, that's the 28. That's Knight, who they're all coming through to lap this time around. This is a bona fide battle we've got on screen. Take out the blue car, and the 3 cars coming through, I think they're all General's cars. They are indeed. It's 3 Holdens, and they're charging from position 5, 6, and 7. as they just get Rob Knight just out of the way there, and the battle continues. Daniel Johnson now still chasing the ultimate lap time that Jamo has put down at a 1:23.49. DJ's done a 1:24.7, so about a second and 1.2 seconds off that, as we get a bit of a look back now to some of the other cars through the field. That was Nash Harris there, and Nash is currently 12th. Will Harris in the Jeff Thomas, the old Jeff Thomas car, is now in position number 17. Really cool to see the Harris family get that car back out on track. It's exactly what Jeffy Thomas would have loved to have seen. In fact, I can't wait to see his Datsun 260Z out in some sort of Group S racing as well. Big shout out to Jeff's family. It's a couple of years ago now, but what an honour that has been bestowed on Jeff to have this weekend's racing in his name. There's Nash there in the 85. And James Jeske, they're having their own run here, and this is actually where saloon cars started. BN Commodores, not AUs, but it was EA Phelps, which we've got a couple of them out there as we go back to the front of the field. And this is how you do it, Em. See that? Rip and strip, rip and strip.
I know. I love it how they just eat them up. It's not even a problem for them. In fact, they just seem to be magnetised to them. Darren, while you were talking there, I'm just looking at the building, the band happening in the pit at the moment. That's insane. McSwain, Baxter, Smith, Cartledge, Lindorff and Prestopino. Tomorrow's race is going to absolutely be a cracker. I can't wait for that one.
Yeah, coming from the back of the grid, those guys are going to be quite immense. Last lap board is now being displayed to our race leader. He's got his lights on, and why wouldn't you? I'd be having the Le Mans flashes on, actually. It'd be ABS setting to 36, traction control to 12, and Le Mans flashes on as he comes up to lap a couple of the field. And that'll be Chris Hanley, the next one to tick off. At the number 15, as always, driving very, very nicely indeed. And there it is. As they come out of turn 4, Jamo is leading very, very nicely indeed over Scott Dornan. He hasn't driven away. It's 2.5 seconds away. Kevin Stoopman is further 9 seconds back. Daniel Johnson indeed has closed in on Kevin Stoopman, so that'll be a good run. Whoa! That's
nothing in that.
Have a look at Vaughan came through there. He is going to need a new set of Bridgestone.
I love that angle.
The South Australians are lighting it up on their last journey around race 1 for the weekend in the Drive Event Saloon Cars Race. Plenty going on, as always, in saloon cars. And the ever immaculate 45 of Kerry Bright comes out of turn 4 there as well. Some nice gaps. We go back to Nash. And our race leader is, in fact, that looked like our race leader has now gone for another lap. The last lap board has gone out. I'm pretty sure our leader got that. Anyway, the gap has just dropped right back for our race leader in the 15. And there's P2 on the road, Scotty Dornan. We haven't seen any action from him. It says action on the side. He's pretty much had it all his own way. And I fully expected to see the checkered flag come out then, but no, we didn't see that. Ooh, there's, wow, is that... That looks like it could be Kev Stoopman. Word from trackside there in the red and white Falcon. We'll have to keep an eye on that. There's P1 and P2. They appear at the top of the hill. Here it is. This is lit up for drive events. The last couple of corners. It'll be Sean Jamison and Scott Dornan. Started out of P4. He's in genuine contention here. I dare say he'll have a look down the inside, or maybe not too much of a gap there, but he needs to let Sean Jamison know that he's not afraid to have a crack at it. Checkered flag is definitely at the ready this time around for the SEDAN Hotel. The South Australian, Sean Jamison, will take the victory, and he gives the Commodores with Scotty Dornan the first blood in race number 1. Kev Stoopman, we're just keeping an eye out for who will be second at the moment. I'm expecting it to be Daniel Johnson, and no, Stoopman gets to the line. So It looked like a red car with a white bonnet that slowed. It was a red car with a white bonnet, but it wasn't Kevy Stoopman. And we'll have to work that one out and get back to you on that. Daniel Johnson next. Brad Vaughan started on pole, led to turn 1, ultimately home in P5. Then it's Lyons and Reg Ralph, the South Australian there as well. Adam Lowndes in car number 1, we're waiting to see come to the line, and I think he'll be at the back of this group. So what we're seeing come to the line now is Cruz, Will Harris, Brett Tate, Cartledge, those guys that have all been lapped by our first couple of cars on the road. Lowndes is into 8, Ken into Bright into 9, 10 is Shembry. Nash Harris in the yellow VN has driven the wheels off it. There's Nash. He's come home into position number 11. Martin, Jackson, Handley and Cruz round out the top 10. As always, the saloon cars turn it on. Sideways sliding, door handle to door handle, up over the ripple strip. Great action.
Yeah, and it looks like we've got a little recovery going down bottom left-hand side of the screen, but certainly hasn't hampered the end of this race. So good to see these cars out. And, you know, if you do have one of these cars lying around and you're thinking you're a little bit handy at racing and you want to get back out on track, please do get in contact with Andy McSwain or Daniel Johnson and see if you can enter into the category. It's a fantastic bunch of guys.
They certainly are. And look, these cars, this is genuine Ford versus Holden battle, reminiscent of supercars of the past. They're not supercars, but hey, they're definitely Ford versus Holden. And you'll see some super smiles, some super sweaty dudes as well as they take their helmets off out of these saloon cars. We'll take a very, very quick break because we've got a massive field of XLs and a real special treat for everybody at home. We're going to blood a new commentator in. You'll know him. He's got his own Facebook page at Pit Lane Cartel. We'll welcome Joel Ramsey, and he will be with our very own experienced commentator, Callum Brannigan. We'll be back in just a couple of moments.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of
Welcome back to a sunny Sandown International Raceway. We are here for round 4 of the Trico Victorian State Race Series, and we are absolutely delighted to be here to bring you 10 quality categories racing here this weekend. We've had a few action-packed races, especially with Formula Fords earlier this afternoon, and that was a spectacular race from the saloon cars as ever. My name is Callum Brannigan, and I'm joined alongside by Joel Ramsey. It is fantastic to have him up from Tasmania. He's made the trip to Victoria, where we've got the best, the premier state-level motorsport happening. But welcome, Joel.
Oh, thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it. How good is it to be back at the racetrack? And what it is for a cracking day. Get, sun's out, guns out, and all the guns and the XLs are about to come out and show us what they got.
I might need a pair of sunnies because with your bald head, of course, I don't want to point that out too much, but with some sunscreen, you'll be having to put that on liberally.
Mate, it's called solar efficiency, okay? I should be getting grants from the government because I'm energy efficient. 6-star rating.
So coming up next, we've got the Hyundai XLs and HQs, and we've got 15 Hyundai XLs racing here this weekend. The opening
will be 18 minutes plus 1 lap, and I'm actually being corrected. It looks like 22 cars, so we might have had some late entries. But you've been shaking trees down in the paddock. What's the goss?
Just sort of checking on some of the boys. A couple of the Tassie boys are up. There's Will Twining, and I've had a chat to Adam Brewer. There's some good Tassie talent come up to try and knock the Vics off their own little game here. So I reckon there might be a good go with Will here.
Absolutely, and we've had the Hyundai XL Nationals at Phillip Island very recently as well, so they had some pretty strong fields. I think there was in excess of 40 cars down at the picturesque Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, but when they come to Sandown, which is effectively a pair of drag strips with some corners in between. We've seen plenty of spills and plenty of action, but very close racing in between. And I think it was this round last year where the heavens opened and it started raining towards the end of the third and final race. The light was really low. The sun was getting really low. The lights were ablaze on the front of the Hyundai XLs. And when it was raining, it just threw a massive wooden spoon into the pot and started stirring up the mix. And it was a fantastic way to cap off the weekend. And look, obviously the conditions are much more conducive to, more modest racing, I guess you might want to call it, but Hyundai XLs always delivers in spades.
It does. It definitely does. And a race like this is good when if you're an engineer or you're a bloke trying to tune your own car and trying to get tyre pressures. This is a great because you're like, okay, I know I need to work. When you have conditions that it's rainy, it's not, like Sandown does like providing, that makes it a nightmare to try and work out the right tyre pressure and actually get your car with the right amount of grip.
So we're just in a slight holding pattern while we wait for the XLs to roll off the dummy grid and onto the track. Here you can see on screen here the hard-working recovery crew attending to I think that was the Stootman Saloon car that struck mechanical gremlins in that last race. So a big thanks to all of the volunteer officials here this weekend. Whether it's your first race weekend or if it's your 20th year in a row, we sincerely appreciate all of the efforts that the volunteer officials work tirelessly behind the scenes. You're going to hear it from me all weekend. I'm just going to be thanking them non-stop because without them, we have no motorsport. And if you are watching and tuning in from the couch and you like what you see, you like to get nice and close to the action, we highly encourage you to go to the Motorsport Australia website, motorsport.org.au, and follow the relevant club member links to find out more information about how you can get closer to the action.
100%. These are some of the most important people we have at the track. You think it's the drivers? It's not. It's our volunteers. So there's what we normally do in some of the other races, the categories I'm involved in GT. We have a volunteer barbecue to say thank you on every weekend, which is a great thing. So many great people. You have a great chat and such a diverse background of people. And I really enjoy meeting them. So I'm actually rustling up some merch of my own from Pit Lane Cartel, and I'm going to be giving that away to some of the lucky volunteers at the Bend in about 2 weeks. So hopefully it'll be some happy campers, and hopefully the right size T-shirts. You get to swim in an XL, that'll be no good if you're a small.
No, look, very good. We've got the XLs coming out now from the dummy grid, and Sol HQ Holden. Can't forget to give the HQ Holdens love along the way as well. And I guess in many ways it's such a wonderful synergy to have two one-mate categories like the HQ Holdens and Hyundai XLs sharing a grid for race action here this weekend. Now, we should point out that the countdown timer, each category today, apart from Superkarts, gets 18 minutes plus 1 lap. But that time actually commences once they roll out of the dummy grid. So it's actually down to the drivers to use the time wisely and make sure you get onto the grid and start racing as soon as you can. And that way you maximise the amount of laps, the amount of opportunities you have to plug away and get racing. But how's this camera angle? We love working with LED Live TV, and these camera angles have become well known for their static cameras. And on the exit of turn 4 here, we actually uploaded to the VEE State Race Series socials earlier today. A bit of a wild moment during qualifying from one of the XLs, and they did get away with it, thankfully, but they were getting pretty close to the wall.
That's it, yeah. That's a great shot, and I believe someone that we know that might be on talking about set that camera up this morning, and a nice little Trico sponsorship there. That's fantastic.
Don't know who they are.
I do like the aggressive warming up, especially with a front-wheel drive car. You really want to get aggressive on the warming up of the tyres, get some heat into them, and it also gets some heat into those rears because you'll find it's really difficult to get heat into the rear tyres, and that means a little bit of sideways action in the first couple of corners, which is always fun.
So trust you to steer the conversation back to tyres.
Don't know what
But of course, we're running Dunlops on the Hyundai XLs, I believe nationally. So, Race are a fantastic brand to have behind supporting the series, and I believe they are a multi-weather tyre, so they're not using slicks like some of the more exotic cars we see competing nationally in Australia. Here we've got the beautiful representation there on screen of the Hyundai.
That's a wonderful colour, maroon, isn't it?
On the back of the XL, it's probably double the size of the car. So here we got the cars lining up on the grid. We've got Will Twining starting from pole position, sharing the front row with Emily Jones. Now, Emily Jones has been one of the front runners so far this season, doing an absolutely spectacular job. And we've got Rio Campbell starting out of P3 in a number 333 car. And Cara Dargley starting out of position 4, but I'll get Joel to run through the rest of the starting order.
Oh, cool. Throw me under the bus. There we go. P5, Jake Serra in 994 car. That's a beautifully presented car. We can talk about that later. In P6, you got Jake Harwood in 95 car. Jensen Televisky in the 22 car. That's a great number, by the way. He's a great dude. Adam Brewer in 8th position in car 23 there in the little red one. And Isabel Rowe in 50. Oh, we're going to go to a race start here. Oh, hang on. No, I've been told, so I'm still learning. Sorry. Here we go. We're nearly ready for a start here.
You're all good, mate. You're doing a fantastic job on debut. We've got just a bit of a halt in proceedings here, waiting for the cars to get underway. The revs were starting to rise on the XLs, and I think we're just waiting on the board to be shown to the drivers to get this underway, and there is a delayed start board, I think, so it's a warm-up board. So this is actually resembling more of a national start sequence.
We're ready for a start. Warm-up lap?
Warm-up lap board, is indeed being shown to the drivers. So it's a bit unusual to see this in state-level competition, because normally they roll out of the dummy grid, do a sighting lap, which also doubles as your warm-up lap, and then you line up and get your race underway. So this does resemble national starting conditions. So
that's
good. It all there, mate. That's a bit of an unusual one. So
I'm excited. I'm just excited to see these guys get around the track and have some laps. This is look at this. How good's that? Look at that. It's a symphony of cars back and forth. Isn't that beautiful? That's like ducks on a pond.
As Darren would say, it looks like the M1 heading into Melbourne on a Friday night with 100%. Just that many XLs. And you do see XLs running on the street every now and then, and it's usually an older person or a red P-plater. You know, your mate's older sister usually had one and picked you up from school in the back of a Hyundai XL. But they've become a very capable race car, and it's probably the last thing anyone thought, that they would convert a Hyundai XL into a very robust Australian racing series. And there are so many in Australia. Every single state has an XL racing series, and the one in Victoria, it's probably coming up on about 10 years in association or alignment with the Victorian State Race Series, proudly supported by Trico Wiper Blade, of course. But it's fantastic to see them back year on year, and with that Sol HQ at the back. I'm very curious to see what the time comparisons are between
I think
the
it's
two.
going to be a really interesting little battle here. Actually, speaking about seeing XLs, in Lonnie, back in Launceston and Tassie, there is actually quite a few running around. You're like, oh, that's a future race car. It's so good. You're like,
I think the same thing too. You're like, I wonder how many people or how many drivers, teams in the XLs are hovering around, picker parts or those sorts of scrap metal places. Not scrap metal, but spare part places where you might see some older XLs and converting them into race cars. So here we go. Sorry.
I have found out. No, sorry, apologies. I had found out talking to a few of the drivers. They're like eyeing off. You buy a car for $200 or $1,000, and even Will told me this morning, Will Twining, he bought his for a carton of beer, and I reckon if he's on pole. Now, if a carton of beer is worth more than you think, now there it shows in that little 72 car. What a great little story I found. That was in a paddock in Hobart.
And any car with flames on it too just makes it go a little bit faster, and it's obviously why he's on pole position here. So
and he's Tassie.
We've ticked down to just under 10 minutes in this race, so we have had 6 minutes elapsed in this time. So it is a little bit unusual we've had this second warm-up lap, but nonetheless, we're still going to have race action coming your way very shortly with the number 72 of Twining starting from pole position. And Emily Jones, they've also got the Jake Burton. Well, Jake Burton's name is on the window of the number 6 starting from the front row. Working tirelessly behind the scenes to get that car as prepared and ready as well as it possibly can be for competition.
Ooh, green flag waving at the back. We're ready to go. How exciting.
Here we
this
go.
Is an under 10-minute sprint. This is a proper sprint race. This is.
Absolutely. 5-second boards shown
to
red
the lights
field.
are on. Ooh.
And we are underway. So it's a very even start from Twining and Jones as they go charging down towards turn 1. But how wide will they be, Joel? Or will it be 1,
4
2,
cars I can
3,
see.
or 4 cars wide by the time they come into turn 1? They're getting a little bit close there. There's not much gap there between Emily Jones and Will Twining. But here comes Rio Campbell in the number 333, having a look up the inside. And capitulates there, but two wheels for Twining.
Oh, Will's just trying to save on tyres already. Look at him go.
That is one way, but Campbell's sprinted into the lead there in the number 333, and Emily Jones relegated back to position 6, and I think we've got the number 530 for Cara Dargley in position 4. Nice and cleanly through the opening sequence of turns as they come past the Trico static camera here at turn 4, as I said. And HQ also making a nice clean start here. But here comes the conga line.
Oh, how good is it? They're all tucked up behind one another, coming up the hill here, and it's super important to get in the tow, just to slipstream and try and get as much speed out of these cars as you can. And here they are, should be arriving into the S's here. And it's going to be maximum commitment, especially on still cold tyres here. And I'm not coming back to tyres, sorry. But a little bit of inside locking on Campbell. How good is this? This is shaping up to be a nice little battle here at the start. Three-way.
You raise a lot of good points about tyres, and feel free to talk about them because they literally are the thing that connect the race cars to the circuit. And there was a recent change or transition for the Series 2. Dunlop's getting a little bit of a bump on the back of the car there from Campbell as Twining. A bit of Morse code on the back, as they say. But what an exit there from Emily Jones, sitting in the slipstream. And it is quite a significant slipstream effect in these cars. They're firming up to be 3 wide as they come through turn 1.
Oh, look at this.
For the second time. Fanning out once again. And you can't rule out Cara
I think
Dargley
Emily's
in
got
P4.
this onto turn 1 here. Oh, great move there.
So that's a beautiful visual example of just how strong that slipstream effect is with these cars. It's almost resembles an open wheeler like we see with Formula V's and Formula Fords also competing this weekend. Geez, they're pretty happy on 2 wheels, aren't they?
They are very happy, and it's quite a balanced car. It's all to do with your control shock that they got, which is a pretty cool thing. I'm still learning. Oh, he's around here at turn 4. I think someone's into the side of him there. Oh no, Jake's got around him. Oh, that would have been a panel beater's wet dream there, but it looks like he's got out of that all right. That's the 3 car.
Yeah, that's Gavin Newman. Gavin Newman has looped it at turn 4. We didn't quite see through the sheer amount of cars coming through the shot there if there was assistance from behind. But nonetheless, they are back up and running. Now, Campbell's back into the lead there. So however they've got that car tuned in, it is dialed in perfectly to the opening few sequence of corners, turns 1 through 4, which is the opening sector of the Sandown International Motor Raceway. And he got that car into the lead ahead of Emily Jones, who's still holding off Twining. But this is becoming a 5-car battle for the lead.
How good's this? Who thought a little Excel would get around 3.1 Ks this quickly? This is great racing. And I tell you what, if you want to get involved, I was having a sneaky look on race cars this morning and seeing how much one was. And there was one for sale for 20 grand. I reckon we should go halves and we should have a bit of a race here.
And we should point out, actually, Sarah's the fastest person on the circuit. Now, have a look at how dirty it is. And when they're out on the grey, off the usual racing line, whilst they clean and sweep it up. But Campbell's still holding his own in the lead there in the Adamacro Racing prepared Hyundai Excel, covering off not too much. And it might be a bit of a strategy play here from Emily Jones, as we've said.
2 wheels.
Someone who has been featuring at the head of the field for most of season 2025. But they might be holding back just a little bit to ensure that they are in the best possible position for the end of the race.
This is kind of like you can sort of play some games here, and it's sort of nearly like if you've seen Moto 3 and Moto 2, really where you are in the pack and the slipstreaming is really important to where, you're trying to get that right run at the right time. And on that final lap, you might make that sneaky pull around through with the toe. So this is great to see. Oh, the HQ's, he's still ticking along now. It's great to see.
Some say it's a 200km/h game of chess, so it's certainly something they say in Formula V. Look how close they are. They compress under brakes. There's barely an Excel's width between Campbell and Twining, with Emily Jones firmly sandwiched in between. But Cara Dargley and Harwood are featuring in this battle as well. Ooh. As we said, there's 6.5 minutes plus a lap remaining in this race, and it might be down to the final lap or the final run to the checkered flag. So they might just be letting Campbell do his thing at the head of the field, as we said earlier, Joel. But this is a fantastic race as they once again clean up the left-hand side apron of the circuit.
Save some of the guys going out later with the back truck. But Actually, I was talking to a couple of the drivers before, and one of their favourite things is actually bump drafting. So actually nose to tail and getting that run up in the straight. So it's quite NASCAR style, but that's very, very cool. And look at this. I mean, you'd be happy if you were in the business of bumpers, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
Oh, he's made a lock up here, but he's got away with it.
Not uncommon for these cars to pinch a rear brake because they are so heavy on the nose. They are so front balanced, I guess. A lot of the balance is dialed towards the front with the car. I'm trying to poorly say to you, Joel, but obviously with a front-wheel drive car and a lot of the weight at the head of the field, the brakes are literally, the rear tyres are literally along for the ride. They really don't have to feature too much, so it's not uncommon to see them pinch a brake, as we do see in other front-wheel drive single-make series like the Nissan Pulsar series.
That's it. This is great to see. So many young P-platers is there. Well, there. At least they're doing it on the track and not on the road. At least Highway Patrol will be a little bit happier they're here.
Correct.
And this is a great place to learn. Oh, he's got it inside. Wheels down the inside. Is he going to make contact? Oh, he's got away with that. Pushed Emily a little bit wide there.
There was good respect there between the two drivers. Emily was very aware of the car of Will coming up the inside and gave him just enough room. And the same goes for Emily on the corner exit there as well.
Oh, Cara Dagley down the inside as well. Taking liberty. Just stuck the nose in. Got it done. Up to third.
Cara Dagley with the Geelong Performance Centre stickers on the bonnet. And we should point out that Hyundai XLs is such a fantastic platform for go-karters to make the step up from go-karting into circuit racing, because you go from learning how to brake and accelerate and steer left and right, but you're suddenly faced with things like setting up shocks, brakes, clutches, H-pattern gearboxes.
Oh, there's a big moment under brakes. Still kept it under control, but actually talking about that, I spoke to Jensen Televeski. I will butcher names. I'm so sorry. Was a bit of a moment there. But he's stepped up from karts a couple of years ago, straight into this, and he was just raving about how enjoyable it is to drive coming from a go-kart. And I think, this is one of the most entertaining categories and a great platform to learn on and to move up if you were looking at making a bit more of a career out of racing.
100%. And entertainment aplenty. There are so many categories in Australia to facilitate that transition from go-karting into circuit racing, but Hyundai XLs certainly has to be one of the most affordable. And that's why you see so many cars, certainly around Australia, in competition. And look at the conga line, as we said before, Joel, the slipstream effect. Now, Campbell's got a little bit of a gap here. It's probably the largest gap we've seen between the leaders so far in this race. And it's worth pointing out that we've got the yellow racing gloves on top twining, so you can see just how busy they are behind the wheel as they tip it in.
There goes to mirror what was left of one before, it looks like, from the leftover debris.
And it's becoming is it a 7-way battle for the lead now? That's incredible. And we're not sure, again, as if they're just holding back ever so slightly, making sure that they want to be in the optimal slipstream on the run to the checkered flag, because at the back there is the number 25 of Harvey. So this is indeed a 5-way battle for the lead. And we've got Prua also up from Tasmania, as you pointed out, Jola, sitting in position 8. Here comes Twining having a look up the inside.
Oh, he's had a big dive, Will. Oh, well done, son. And now, great little move there. Emily Jones is looking for the outside here. She's going to get, even though she's on the wrong side of the road, it's tucked back in. You can do it if you really hold your nose up there. It depends on how much hip and shoulders you want to do, but...
And it's also the respect that the drivers are showing for each other as well. Now, they are fairly even in terms of pace there.
Oh, that's so close.
That was a big moment there for Prua there, I think it was, on the exit of turn 4. And this is a great battle here. Now, we've got the 555 of Eels leading the way from Clark. And I think that's the car of Carly Fleming in the number 42. She's currently showing in position 14. We normally see Carly running double duties in the Trico Victorian State Race Series. Also races Formula Ford from time to time. Have a go at Twining. Is he having another go this time?
Oh, look at that.
No.
He's got the nose right in there. It's like a dog in the bowl, in the food bowl, trying to get it done. I like this. This is so entertaining.
So just under 2 minutes remaining in this race, Jola. Who do you pick? I don't want to predict too much, but who is your odds
my
on?
First time in commentary, the last thing I want to do is do a commentator's curse, like they all do. But, literally, you could have Sierra, he could jump in here. He's just posted the fastest lap at a 1:34.17. He's not far back. He's still in 6th. That's this whole conga line of cars here. But it is an interesting line. I'm surprised they're so far over to the left. He's really trying to block that inside line, but you are really giving up a valuable entry, to your corner speed. but he's holding it well. I'll give him that.
Yeah, look, they are compromised on exit because the entry is so
I think
shallow.
He's got a bit of a little push there.
Doing a brilliant job there to hold it together, but we saw Emily Jones get a fantastic exit coming out of turn 1 because she was using the optimal line and then was making it life very difficult for Twining coming up into turns 2 and 3. It's worth pointing out that the bumps are massive here at Sandown Raceway, and these cars are fairly stiffly sprung. They're also extremely light as well, but the drivers, they have no issues with throwing them over as well, as we've seen. We've seen a couple of spectacular two-wheel moments so far here. Yeah.
This top 8 has really cleared out from the rest of the field. Credit to these guys.
Here we go.
Locks up again. Really under pressure, Rio is here. Someone's hit a limiter. Beautiful.
Yeah, and look, it's fantastic to see as well because the way you drive these cars actually translates very well into something like TCR Australia, where we've seen people like Ben Barguana making the move from XLs, I think via Formula Ford at some point as well, before going to TCR, where he was racing a Peugeot 308. But a lot of the way you drive a front-wheel drive race car, especially at this level, does translate very well into TCR because you use the front tyres to just get you out of most situations.
If in
assuming
doubt,
you're up to temperature.
Power out. That's what I was always told, especially with the front-wheel drive. Just plant the boot and see where it goes, and hopefully it's in the right direction.
So here we go. Twining looks like they're just a little bit closer this time around.
Will's going to get a good entry here, and he should have hopefully a little run at him. And up, he's into the back bumper.
And last lap board has been shown to the drivers that last time around. So this is the final opportunity for Twining. Where are they going to make their move? And is Emily Jones going to feature in this one as well? We can't rule out Karadagli either.
This is where you really want a great run out of 4. This is the super important. You need to be flat in that car up the hill here.
Here we go.
I heard about 175 Ks actually out of some of the drivers.
Yeah, and that's a pretty impressive speed.
That's nearly winding it clean off the clock. That's so good.
So the last time over the hill, coming up to the fast sweeping left-hander at turn 6. Just a dab of brakes for the Hyundai XLs. You can see the back of Campbell there. Literally along for the ride. Very close to the cones.
Yes, Will. He's had a big moment. He's done well. Rio's done really well to block that line off then. Into them. This is going to be great into those last 3 corners.
Twining's having a look. It looks like there's an XL's width around the outside. He's got
to run.
But that's the long way around.
And then Emily Jones is behind, going to tuck up here. What's going to happen? Will.
And Twining's done it. He's gone around the outside and he's inherited the inside line.
Emily Jones, I think, is going to sneak for second here. What a finish coming up. I think she's got it by a nose hair.
0.01 of a second there. And I'm not sure if they saw the checkered flag because it looks like they're still pressing on here. But that of course, wraps up.
Great race.
That wraps up race 1 for the Hyundai XLs and HQ. We should point out that John Mahoney in the JDM Racing HQ has, of course, won the HQ class.
He's done it well in emphatic style.
He's done a brilliant job, and I think he was mixing it up with the Hyundai XLs as well there. But what a move there from Twining around the outside coming through the last 2 turns. Absolutely brilliant masterpiece, beautiful strategy, and it played off there. And Emily Jones also taking it by just a whisker over the line there. So a fantastic finish there. And Rio Campbell, after featuring at the lead for so much of this race, home in position 3.
Just shows you how important the drafting is here and to get you into the right position, because he left the last 5 laps easy and then just came undone the last couple of corners. So it just shows you where you need to be.
Absolutely brilliant. Let's run through. Karadagli home in position 4 ahead of Harewood in position 5. Sarah losing the fastest lap of the race on that last time around from Harvey behind him in position 7 with a 1 minute 34.1. And Brewer setting their fastest lap of the race on that final lap in position 8. And then we've got Televeski just actually capping off the top 10 there ahead of Rowe and Eels. Carly Fleming home in position 13 as well, so she made up a position in the closing stages of this race. So, your first commentary effort here at the Victorian State Race Series. How do you rate it?
Great. I had a great time. I'm just glad I didn't swear. That's what I was really worried about. So I know Darren Smith's very happy about that. So thank you for having me. And shout out to all the XL drivers that had a chat to me this morning, gave me some of their time. It was really interesting to learn. So it was really good. Actually, I tell you what, there's some great liveries of some of those cars, and it's so superbly presented.
Yep.
Even Sarah's car. I mean, if you're down around, come and have a look and just have a chat to the drivers. Super welcoming. This is grassroots motorsport. This is what you want. This is how you enjoy motorsport. You start off here because it's just a great vibe here.
100%. Couldn't have said it better myself because with the Trico Victorian State Race Series, it is such a welcoming and inviting place for you to come and have an affordable day out and appreciate some of this incredibly close motorsport, because state-level motorsport has been taking place for a really, really long time, and sure enough, you point some cameras at it and a lot of people buy into it and they go, wow, this is incredible. So fantastic. It's a big thanks also to the Australian Sports Sedans Association, the Victorian branch, throwing their efforts behind the scenes to put this round together, along with everybody else as part of the Victorian State Race Board, as well with the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club, the Mini Car Club of Victoria and the MG Car Club of Victoria, all forming the Vic State Race Series and putting on these incredible events. We should also say big thanks to our sponsors as well. So Trico, obviously industry-leading wiper blade technology. And when was the last time you checked your Tricos, actually?
I actually need to. So I was looking on their website. Actually, some really interesting things. Trico was founded when a car and a bicycle hit each other back in 1917. How cool. So they were like, let's do this, and they've been leaders ever since. So big shout out to Trico. They really care about motorsport, and they are sponsoring so many things. So big shout out to Trico. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. So obviously for more than 100 years they've been involved, and they are an OEM wiper blade supplier to manufacturers worldwide, and you can also pick up your replacement Tricos from all good retailers around Australia, and as you touched on, the big advocates for Australian motorsport with their support,
yes.
And we hope that you are appreciating and loving and enjoying all of the race action coming to you live and free on Blendline TV. So we're going to take a break up here in commentary. Coming up next, the big bangers, Sports Sedans, the National Sports Sedans.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Welcome back trackside here. Cleanups continue around the track. In fact, that looked like a cleanup we didn't want to see. The Hollinger National Sports Sedans are on track. There they are. Stephen Tomasi leading the field around Alex Williams in that RX7 there. I'm Darren Smith right alongside. An absolute treat for all of those listening and watching. We've got national champion across multiple categories, particularly this one in 2008. Welcome along, Darren Hossack.
Thanks, Daz. Great to be here. Something that's just escaped me is that Steve Lacey actually qualified second and is not out on the circuit.
I think that's what we saw spinning down there in the link between 1 and 2. So that's probably going to be quite harmful for his result for the weekend. There we have that shot there, just getting across the paddock. So we'll try and keep an eye on that, and we'll see that car. It looks like a marked car, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's absolutely.
It is, and that's the Ladera car there of Lacey. He is coming back onto the track under his own steam. So there you go. The field coming around past the main straight now. So they do get the siding lap. And now we head around on the warm-up lap. National Sports Sedans do have a rolling start. Daz, tell us. You know, we've got Steve Tomasi getting his brain into gear here, this weaving side to side. What over the next 4Ks are these drivers going to be doing?
Look, one of the things that's been common amongst the field with everyone I've spoken to is the concern about getting temperature into the tyres on the opening laps. The The tyres produce a lot of grip, but when they're cold, they don't produce much grip, as Steve just showed. So what's going through their mind now is just getting enough temperature into the tyres, because when the race starts, they'll all charge down to turn one, not really knowing exactly how much grip they've got beneath them. And then the big question is, where do you put your foot on the brake pedal? So they won't be too unhappy to be getting a couple of laps here to get some temperature into the tyres, that's for sure.
Certainly does. The race time has started, so that is part of it. But I guess as far as performance is concerned, and what Darren just touched on there, is the safety aspect of it. These cars are upwards over 700 horsepower. I dare say that Alex Williams would like 700 horsepower. Triple rotor's probably not going to give that sort of horsepower, but what he makes up for is getting slick through the air and a lighter package, and that's what you get with the rotary, the triple rotary mid-mounted in that car. Stephen Lacey won't be taking up his spot at the front of the grid to start this race. He's charging around, just trying to get on to the back. Stephen Tomasi, great qualifying time, a 1:08.51. We've qualified faster than that before, but Steve certainly has got the game on a string. Steve Lacey qualified in second with a 1:10. Alex Williams a 1:10.76. Jeff Taunton also in the 10s, a 1:10.8. Ash Jarvis in the first of the Monaros, a 1:11. John Hollinger was next, Michael Robertson, Matt Ryan, and we are about to get underway. It'll be Tomasi on the front row. The pedal goes down. The gods of thunder have been unleashed on big bad Sandown. Up the outside, championship leader Jeff Taunton threatens on Tomasi. Look at Williams though. That little rotor has absolutely got the power down. Taunton pulls back into third place. He's got a really good championship lead of 42 points. It's about surviving big bad Sandown in the number 95. Have a look at Ash Jarvis. He had a ripper run here at Sandown last year in the 44. He wants to get through on Taunton, and then they line up. Robbo's got a ripper start there. Then comes the second of the Tomasi cars, Dan Tomasi, coming through there in the 300Z. That car has massive pedigree, a championship winning car of Kerry Bailey all those years ago.
Yeah, it's good to see Robbo's made a couple of positions up there. Steve will be happy that he got through turn one nice and cleanly. I spoke to him just before they went out, and his biggest concern was getting through turn one. So everyone was pretty smart down there. Great to see Brad Shields out there in Joe Sed's little Fiat. The guys, they had a wastegate failure on that car in qualifying, so it put them back a little bit as Alex Williams just ran wide there, coming onto the straight, and Jeff Taunton's been able to get up the inside. But yeah, great to see the Fiat out, and I think we'll see that car making its way through the field.
Really cool to see this car come south and join the Mexicans. Dad's Army from New South Wales. They've been labelled as by the media over the last little while, so great to see the Joe Sed car there, and Brad Shields needs very little introduction across the Australian and, in fact, international motorsport landscape. That 999 car, it probably should be 666. It's that demonic the way it just runs with it. We'll get the black cars together, and that's when the demons will all be out there. Great to see Dan Tomasi. Gee, they're working hard on getting that 300Z working back out there. But at the moment, Stephen has absolutely driven away from the field. 4 seconds has gone by. Alex Williams is now trying just to gather it all back up to get back with this group, because Ash Jarvis has gone through now. Sed's now gone through on Alex Williams, and he went wide coming onto the straight. I wonder if there's an issue there that grabbed his attention and he just went wide there. But we're just watching Brad Shields get through here. Jeff Taunton, 252 points over Tomasi, who's now leading this race. This will be great for Stephen to jag back all those points. The timing screen tells me 30 points, so he'll jag that all back now. But Taunton will also grab 28, so it's only a 2-point deficit in this race. So Stephen Tomasi, fast, racy. In fact, he is streets ahead of the field lap time wise. Hollinger now looking down the inside, and whilst we're looking at the number 23, a big shout out to Hollinger Engineering for throwing their weight into this round and indeed this series. All the cars look great with the Hollinger window stickers on them, and I can't think of an Aussie motorsport brand more suited to getting involved in sports sedans.
No, that's exactly right, Daz. For those of us that are a little bit older, we remember Peter Hollinger racing hill climb cars back in the day, and it's a name that's been synonymous with Australian motorsport, and it's great that the they're now involved with our category, and we thank them so much.
Can't wait for the merchandise to come out, Daz, and we all get kitted out in it. That's going to, we'll look racy as a commentary team by then. We'll really be a commentary team, won't we?
Absolutely. It's Brad Shields is obviously, making his way further forward. Speaking of Jeff Taunton there before, I know, speaking to the team down there, they haven't had a totally clean weekend so far. They've had some suspected head gasket issues with that car, and Jeff was, just a bit concerned about his championship lead and even making the end of the race. So he's up there in a I won't say a solid second, but he's up there in second, and hopefully for his sake the car continues to keep going.
Great to see Matt Sims in the BMW there as well. It was a BMW in about 2014 with Shane Woodman that won this championship, and Shane competed for a long time in the BMW in sports sedans, now moved on to a Merc in the Australian GT Championship with Ben Schutz doing a terrific job there. But how cool is it to see Matt Sims? He's doing a terrific job in the number 11. There goes the Joseph Said Fiat with Brad Shields at the wheel. Alex Williams has gathered it all back up. Just looking at the time, a 1:13.0 for Alex. He did do a 1:10.7, so not being able to grab that. Here comes the car there, just trying to pick up where Lacey is. Currently 11th, so he's gathered it back up, and he's got a car in front of him that knows how to win championships. And indeed, once they get this car absolutely rock solid again, Dan Tomasi will be right up with Steve, his son. Easy to remember. Dan Tomasi is the dad and Steve is the son. Had to learn that one on the national scene a number of years ago, so wasn't sure which one was which. Used to get tongue-tied, and Steve actually gave me that little bit of a fact, and it's been easy to remember ever since. Lacey up the inside there. Dan has no race with this guy, so he just lets him on through there. As I say, that draws alongside.
Yeah, that Daniel's had a couple of gear cable issues, so the gear shift in that car is cable operated, and for some reason the cable seems to keep failing all the time. So they went out there to this race with fingers crossed and hoping that the car was going to get through to the end, and so far so good. It seems to be running good.
We probably need to touch on a couple of cars that haven't made it out. In fact, Dean Cam is here at the track in the number 66, the multiple Victorian champion, and in the Kerrick era of the National Sports Sedans was at just about every race meeting for about a decade. But Dean hasn't made it out on track, and sadly the Bandit Security Audi of Cadell Ambrose hasn't made it out on track there. The John Gourlay car had an issue yesterday, and probably would have been running around about the front, knowing John's cars and the ability that Cadell brings to the track. But sadly, both those cars haven't made it out onto track. We just had a really good look down the side of Stephen Tomasi's car, and they've got that Hollinger logo right down the side of the car here. Darren, I'm looking very closely at this progress that Brad's making. Brad Shields in the Fiat there. Made his way out of 9th up to P4 now, lapping in the 111s. The cars in front of him are down into the 10s, but he's gone through on Alex in this one as well.
Yeah, Alex seems to have maybe dropped off the pace a little bit, although he did do an 11.8 on the last lap. But Brad hasn't had what I would call a clean run so far, both with the problems in qualifying, and even yesterday it probably wasn't a clean day for them. They were struggling with drive traction. He couldn't believe the bumps that Sandown has to offer. So the car probably hasn't been to his liking so much, but it's looking pretty strong in this race now. It looks like he's actually looking for the smoother part of the circuit as we speak there. But the car seems to be going quite well now, and clearly has the pace of the two in front of him, just not track position. Bit of smoke there out of Ash Jarvis's car. That's sort of happened the last few laps. Not sure if that's a bit of rear brake lock or what the go is there.
Great battle pack forming here. Steve Lacey just ticking off the boxes here. Gets it through on Matt Sims in the 11. Now comes up in behind John Hollinger. Of course, John has been driving TA2 cars for a while, finding a very happy home in this particular outfit in sports sedans, and currently 7th on the road. Here's a ripping battle. Ash Jarvis is the guy who owns a couple of Trans Ams or TA2 cars as well. In fact, was racing last weekend at Queensland Raceway in the TA2 series. Spoke to him yesterday morning, and he said he's come here for a relax because he doesn't have to run the whole team. He just brings the helmet and drives them, and said, love driving these things. I will make my way to the track as long as I possibly can and look out the front window of the sports sedan. I think he wants to look out the front window and not have someone in front of him. Michael Robinson now, he's got his old mate Woodsy's Greenworks emblazoned down the side there. Not sure what sort of deal has been done, but Robbo said Rodney needs to dig a bit deeper to help out with the sponsorship package. Lacey looks to the inside. There's Hollinger, and Sims draws alongside Hollinger now. We've got 2x2. They come marching down to turn 1 for Hollinger Engineering. Big brakes on Lacey and dives nicely through there. Very clean move on the 78 there. Just noticing Robbo's added an extra number there. He must have got a year older, 133, emblazoned down the side of his car now.
Yeah, not sure what's going on there with Robbo's number, but look, Michael knows that he's probably not in the race for Stephen. Stephen qualified second. Speaking about second, we've actually had a change to second. Ash Jarvis has applied enough pressure. I wonder there if Jeff was doing the mathematics of his championship while he was driving and figured that maybe that was a battle he didn't need to be involved with.
Ash Jarvis is 5th in the championship here, so he needs to do it. And what he's done is he's rescuing Stephen Tomasi's assault, also on the title. He's now driven away. He has gone. He's run off 109s, and he's 14 seconds up the road. Just wondering what Brad's doing there. He's looking over to the left-hand side of the track, something you might do when it's a drying track with wets on to try and grab the puddles there. But no, what a battle we've got here. A couple of campaigners absolutely at it. Stephen Lacey, he's driving away. He's now chasing after Williams, and that gap is 3.7 seconds, and we've only got a minute left in this journey. So next time around, they'll get the last lap board. So essentially 2.5 laps left in this journey. Michael Robinson now has the Hollinger car looming massive in his mirrors. And wow, the white BMW of Matt Sims is doing a ripping job. Matt started out of 8th. He's gone to 9th, and that's because Lacey has pushed back through on the field here, going side by side. There's Lacey at the top of the hill. They come to the famous left-hander at the top of Sandown and plunge down into Dandenong Road. Michael Robinson, there's the Hollinger car. Matt Sims now gets out of the complex between 1, 2, 3 and 4, that little BMW, right in with them, doesn't he? But just, it's almost like a horsepower race. He's not keeping up with them up the straight.
Yeah, I mean, no disrespect to Matt and his car, but, he's punching well above his weight of that vehicle. I've raced against that car, and at state level racing, it's a very, very fast car. But fair to say that the cars around him are, probably next level. So the fact that he's keeping up, with the likes of Michael Robinson's an absolute credit to him.
Couldn't agree more there. Brilliant focus there on Matt Sims is doing well. The other thing is that Dan Tomasi's now inside the 10, so he's found his pace. Let's have a look. A 1:13.8 is his best lap time. Here we go again. Matt's right on the back of the 23 there of John Hollinger. And here is our race leader. Let's have a good look at Stephen Tomasi as he heads off on the last lap in the first race for the weekend for Hollinger and the National Sports Sedans, doing a tremendous job. Wow, a 109.49. It's not lap record pace, but you've only got to race the guys you're on track with to get those points. And the fact that he's 13 seconds in front in what's going to be an 11-lap journey is that Stephen's operating very, very nicely indeed. You'd have to say he's pretty comfortable. He might want to get himself a little bit uncomfortable to get a bit more lap time out of it.
Yeah, I mean, look, Steve's aim this weekend will be to get the maximum points that he can for his championship. So, to quote Jack Brabham, you win the race at the slowest possible speed. I'm not sure that he's doing that now, but he'll be, he's very in tune with that car, and he'll be driving it at a pace where I'm sure, he can bring the car home, and he can really only control his own race, and then what happens behind him with Jeff and his championship is really out of his hands. But how good does the car look with those Hollinger stickers on the side? It just nice flame out the back there as he comes onto the straight, and a relatively easy win for him. But I know that car will be absolutely stinking hot inside. That looked pretty easy for us up here, Daz, but I can guarantee that wouldn't have been easy for Steve, but he's done really well there.
Confirmation is that Stephen Tomasi in the Hollinger car takes victory in race number 1 in the Hollinger Engineering race 1 for the weekend. Michael Robinson locking up as we have got John Hollinger's gone through on Robbo now, so he loses the spot on the last journey around. Second place goes to Ash Jarvis. A great drive there by Ash. He's done a terrific job here to relax this weekend and just tick the boxes. The car and him love Sandown. Jeff Taunton, points, gathers it all up, 26 points in that battle. Tomasi only gets 4 points extra above him, so the tiniest of dints into his championship lead. Great to see the Fiat. 999 of Brad Shields at the wheel gets home in P4. Alex Williams, I'm going to say a troubled result there for the number 37, getting home in 5th place, starting across the front row of the grid there, or essentially the second row. The gap in front of him was opened up when Lacey didn't make it to the grid. John Hollinger, fantastic to see the 23 home there. Robbo is home in 8th. Sims there in 11th. Daniel Tomasi home for a top 10 finish. That's a really good encouragement to see the 300 ZX get out there. Tony Ordino, Francois Habib and Davison not getting through there in the Bandit security car. So great to see the Bandit security car out there on track with Jeremy Davison as well. The Victorian having a go with his Honda-powered RX7. Darren Hossack, thank you as always for your amazing bank of knowledge and experience when we start talking national sports sedans.
Thanks, Daz. I'll look forward to the remaining 2 races this weekend.
Certainly, sports sedans will be back on track tomorrow at 10:50 and again at 2:25. See you at 10:50 tomorrow.
Can't wait, mate.
Thank you very much to Darren Hossack and the Hollinger Engineering National Sports Sedans. Superkarts will be on track next. I'm going to take a quick break. You're at the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We'll be back in just a couple of moments.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living...
Welcome back trackside here for the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. The Superkarts out on track, a 6-lapper. And let's have a look down through the grid sheet. It will be Shembry leading the way, being that Nick Shembry, being that he's the only 250 international. It's an Anderson, it's a Maverick. He will lead the field away. Rolf Grieve has joined me from Superkarts Victoria. Rolf, short, sharp qualifying session and a short, sharp, quick 6-lapper around here. When you look at the qualifying times, this will go pretty quickly.
Yes, it will. It won't be long at all, especially if Nick keeps it on the circuit, as we hope he will. It could be over very, very quickly because he'll certainly be out there flying around.
So Tim Clark in the 125 gearbox class is the pole there to McIntyre, Jay, Filipponi, Lawrence and Bowden. And then we go back to the next class, which will be
Stock Honda.
Lead around the stock Hondas with Duckworth and Bonacorso. And then another gap. So various different classes. And we go back to the next class there, Max Heavy?
No, that's the
lights. Sorry.
With Veld on pole and Cowan on second. And then we go down to the cart number 23 of Tyler Williams on pole in the non-gearbox heavies.
So carts going through the motions that we see on these laps. This is a rolling start. Lights are off on the safety cars. So only, I'm going to say, 3/4 of a sighting lap, and then they want to start to all be bunching up as they come out of Dandenong Road. And that looks like what they've done under, I'm going to say, good guidance and direction from drivers' briefings, things like that.
Yeah, these guys grid up pretty good. They'll duck and weave, but then as they come down to that last few corners, they'll go two abreast as they should and keep pace quite nicely and get away. There's also breaks between the classes so that they don't interfere with each other's races. We're down to see the Shembry cart take off now and probably vanish into the distance, but the interest will be in the field just behind him in the 125s and certainly in a non-gearbox light. That'll be very, very close action.
3 different fields coming around to get the starters. The red lights go back on the starters rostrum, and then they go off to indicate each field as they come to the start here. But we're seeing Nicholas Shembry drive away. Then it's Clark, McIntyre. They start to all line up. The super competitive field here. No rear wings on these cars, but those side plates are definitely in place. There's only one wing class that's allowed as we're just watching the different groups come through turn number 4. The Trico stickers there, standing out there via the Blendline TV coverage. Great camera placement, right where the Trico stickers have to be. Well done.
And well-placed sticker.
Yeah, exactly. Have a look at this. They rattle their way down into Dandenong Road for the first of 6 laps. And as expected, the guy that is just returned from Assen after taking 4th place in a European event is Shembry, the only car, and he's not even running a number. He's running the Grand Prix plate or the GP plate on his kart, so we know exactly who he is. This is the battle, actually, which we saw during qualifying. And just not sure which driver that was there. Playing with tune, maybe? Were they playing with...
No, he may have been lifting. They've got like a little flap that goes across the radiator.
Ah, yep.
Just to get a bit more heat into the engines, and then they'll just lift it to cool it off again.
Yeah, right. So just watching there is quite interesting. The driver elbow going up and looking around there. I certainly wouldn't want to be taking a hand off the wheel on one of these things. I'd be hanging on for everything.
They're actually quite controllable. I mean, they do buck and kick around a lot, but in a straight line, that's obviously where they will let go to make those adjustments. They're not going to do the mid-corner. And very bumpy going into those last set of corners there.
It's almost like watching an Olympic snow skier going through a mogul field as they come down into turn 2 there. Out over on the ripple strip there. That cracked it sideways, gets a bit slippery on the painted surface as we look back to the front of this field. It's Shembry, Clark, McIntyre, Lawrence, Jay, Bonacorso, Filippino and Occhipinti leading the field there.
Oh, and we've lost Jeff Duckworth from the stock Honda group. He's dropped back. Obviously somebody's parked themselves off the circuit.
So just getting a bit of a look back down through the field there. That is Duckworth. Gone off.
Oh no, he's back on the circuit. It might have been a misread.
A bit of a timing glitch there.
On the glitch, yep.
So the field just gathering it all back up.
Is still leading the lights.
This is a good part of the race, isn't it? This lights field.
Oh, these guys will just stick to each other like flies to a bit of sticky tape.
Like any other open wheeler racing, you get in a straight line. They line them up for the slipstream.
They certainly do.
And we've got a safety car, I think. Oh, no, yellow flags being waved at the start line there, and drivers just raising their hand, acknowledging that to the double waved yellow, in fact. So there must be something happening down in this part of the track here that we're not aware of. But the cars come down, bouncing around over the bumps into turn 4. And as we see in the cars with suspension going up and over the ripple strips there, the superkarts are able to be guided with their superior grip without going through the ripple strips, and I guess the real estate being used right over to the edge of the yellow line and not having to bounce around too much. This is one of the great telling shots with superkarts, isn't it? The rise up, the heat haze.
It is a great shot.
Oh, side by side now for the lights as they go.
Pereira's taking it away from Occhipinti.
Wow.
It is indeed.
Oh, we're coming together there. And the 63 heads off. And he was just trying to take his place in the race.
Yep, he's buried. That's it. He'll be walking to the fence.
That was a real shame there for Singh, because it was Veld that was just in front there and just moved over. Obviously sight unseen, so you'd have to expect no malice expected there, but both wanted to try and share the same bit of track.
Yep.
That's yellow flags. There's the green flag there. So the yellow flag's being waved. Actually, they're coming out again. There it is. That's why the flags are being waved. And just trying to pick up the next flag point coming into turn 1 to see greens, but certainly...
there was a green at 1.
Yep, the whole straight's sort of really now null and void for passing until you get right onto the corner at 1, and then if you can execute it before you get to turn 1, so you've probably only got about 20 metres to do it in, which is, I'm going to say, 10 kart lengths.
We've also seen Shembry go into the pits, and Tim Clark is our race leader at the moment in the 125.
Watching these karts bobble around under brakes there. Bit of a mix-up of classes here, so the categories starting to blend in with each other a little bit here. We can touch on those.
The heavy guys
plates.
catching the slower lights there.
So we're watching a stock Honda with some Max Lights catching it. Oh, and the 97 now withdrawn. That is Zara Scarcella in the Scarcella Motorsport Dragon Evo.
This is not looking good for Lockie J either. Sorry, not Lockie J. I'll just find out who that was.
Pulling over the stock Honda, just getting out of the way of the Max Lights, pushing their way through. And again, yellow flags being acknowledged with the slower kart off there. Hand up, I dare say accelerated down. But they gather it all back up down into turn 1.
There's a little bit of hand signals there going on between a couple of drivers. And it's one of the lights that's caught up to a slower stock Honda.
That's the Hayden Veld.
Yeah, Hayden Veld and Bonacorsko.
This is a good battle. These the 93 and the 98. That is Senju Pereira and Russ Occhipinti. So this is the front of the pack, if you like, for the Max Lights.
No, this is it's the heavies, and it's actually a super heavy, Rod Clark, leading the group of heavies.
What classifies as super heavy over a heavy?
It's only weight. It's
okay.
I think it's 165 for a heavy and 185 for a super heavy. So the super heavy is giving away 20 kilos of weight to the non-gearbox light.
So Tim Clark is leading the race, and the checkered flag is being readied. The 98 is out.
98 is out, yes, that's Pereira, isn't it?
Yeah, Sanju Pereira is out as well, and that's down at Dandenong Road, so we've got 2 karts out down there now. He looks to be trying to get it back trackside so that he can get it going again. I know you touched earlier this morning, Rolf, that some of these karts do have starter motors on them.
Yes, they do.
So get it fired back up and get back into the race as our field streaming around Dandenong Road corner and getting a good look
and Clark
through the
has
field.
Just lapped his dad, Rod. So Tim has lapped Rod. So Tim is now caught up to the super heavies. He's that far in front.
Tim Clark now leading his way and will be driving it all the way to the checkered flag in kart number 1. Checkered flag is waved now for kart number 1. He's pretty happy. He acknowledges that checkered flag. And it'll be the kart number 7 of Colin McIntyre next to the line. The 17 should be the next kart there, and that's Lachlan J. But he's
and then Lee
disappeared
Filipponi
there.
in fourth.
So a couple of the karts that have been lapped back in the heavies.
Yeah, Okapinti taking the win for the lights ahead of Hayden Veld.
So just waiting for Lockie J to make his way there, but it's Clark. Timing screen jumping around a bit on us there, so can't give you that one. Lockie J gets to the line, Filipino, and this is our number one coming back across the top of the hill. In fact, those karts are still racing. There's the stricken kart down there of the 63 down there, and we're just seeing the trackside officials say we've got a lift required here. This kart obviously won't flat toe. You'd have to say locked up there in some form. So Filipino, Okapinti leading through the max lights. Then it's Veld, super heavy with got a Corso there in the 84. Just pick up the other classes there, Rolf.
Max Heavy, I think, it's jumping all over the place, the timing. It's Martin Anderson ahead of Tim Williams. Not Tim Williams. Anyway. And Rod Clark ahead of Setterfield and Crust in the Super Heavies.
Rolf, thank you very much for your time. Super valuable to have someone that knows their way around the superkarts. And, of course, we'll see superkarts back on track at 10:10 tomorrow morning and 12:45 tomorrow afternoon. Lunchtime, and then 2:55. So thank you, Rolf, very much for lending your expertise for our broadcast.
Thanks for having us.
Fantastic to have Superkarts. 888 Capital Group Home Loans. The right home loan advice can make a big difference to your life. Whatever your needs and situation, 888 Home Loans can find you a suitable solution whilst guiding you through the entire home buying process. 888 Home Loans has been a proud supporter of grassroots motorsport and the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for several years now. The team is led by Cam McKinnon, who's an active racer in sports sedans, in club cars, in proved production, and he lives and breathes the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. Call 888 Home Loans now on 1-800-188-800 or visit their website at www.888capital.com.au. Give the business to those that support our sport. Karting Madness jumped on earlier this year as part of a championship sponsor. Karting Madness is Australia's largest indoor go-kart centre with 2 locations in Bayswater and Braybrook. Along with impressive indoor tracks, Karting Madness also has the state-of-the-art racing, golf simulators, amusement arcades, licensed cafe and much, much more. Karting Madness are set up in Trade Alley here at Sandown. Catch up with the team and find out more and sort your next school holiday programs. Book online and enjoy the thrill of Karting Madness. Coming up next here at Sandown International is the improved production cars for Prestige Hono. We'll be back in just a couple of moments.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Welcome back to Sandown International Motor Raceway, everybody. It's round number 4 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Big thank you to all our corporate sponsors who are on board this particular weekend. The likes of Trico seeing you through, Mentone Premix Concrete, and Black Mamba Racing, and along with Autohouse Vehicle Storage and 888 Capital Group Home Loans and Karting Madness, a huge plethora of corporate sponsors this weekend. We thank you very, very much for your support of this fantastic state circuit racing series. We're getting ready to get underway here with improved production with thanks to Prestige Hino, Melbourne's most awarded Hino dealer. And my name is Steve DeVries, and we are joined in the commentary box this fine Saturday afternoon by a little bit of royalty, a man who's won the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship twice. He went back-to-back in 2018 and 2019. It's Luke Gretschkumbo. Luke, welcome to the commentary position. A bit of a different perspective for you this weekend.
It is, Steve. Thanks for having us on board here. Darren Smith made a comment on Facebook, and it set the wheels in motion for me to jump in today. Not going to lie, I'd rather be out there gritting up for this one, but this round wasn't going to happen for us with a few things going on away from racing. So, thought I'd come and join the commentary box and give my perspective on what we can see and what the drivers think and feel, and see what I can contribute to the broadcast.
Absolutely. Well, you come at a very, very opportune time because here comes the field. It's the biggest field we've had in improved production all season long. It was slated for 35 cars. There's a couple of tales of woe already emanating from qualifying this morning. We'll get through those as the race progresses. But let's have a look at the starting grid here. Ian McLennan is the man who's on pole position in the Pro Cut Monaro. Very, very handy time from him. A last-ditch effort to unsert Danny Timewell into second place there. Matt Logan and Mark DeFarnis in third and fourth. Good to see Mark back out. He's been missing for a short while. And same with Jamie Augustine in fifth. It's been a good 2 years or so since we saw the Nissan Silvia out in his capable hands, with Brett Lehman. Scott McLean with a personal best there in seventh place. And then Reese Howe, what a ripping job from him. He's been away from the category for a couple of years, and that's an under 2 litre car, and it's 8th outright. That's incredible.
That is a solid time for not a V8, let's put it that way, around this place. This track really, really does reward the horsepower. So, solid time for Royce to be doing that.
Absolutely. So Royce Lyon there in 9th, Rick Hogan in 10th, Gary McKay and Anthony Dana. Good to see Gary out in the Tirana again. Andrew Tickner and Andrew Barstow. Larry Merrifield's the next best of the under 2 litre cars. That just puts it in perspective there, with Reese being up in 8th and Larry being down there in 15th. There's actually probably a good 3 to 4 seconds in the lap time there alone.
There really is. It's an interesting to see the strengths and weaknesses of the smaller cars here, because you can see through like turn 1 to 4, the smaller cars get a big gain, and then you get a big gain through the final couple of complexes, but then down the straight, even the smaller, the under 2 litre cars, that really the delta between the lower powered under 2 litre and the higher powered 2 litre cars really, really amplifies down the long straights here.
Yeah, it certainly does. So then you've got beyond 16th, Tom Allen in the RX7, Michael Hart there in the Commodore, Anthony Martin and John Perkins, Luke Valentich and Shane Williams. James Kiddos is in one of the Nissan Pulsars, with Andre Noy in the Falcon there in 24th. Big grid of cars here. Bryson Lloyd and Wayne Decker. Carly Fleming in one of the XLs there, along with Travis Mitchie and Dallas Harvey, all 3 of those in XLs. Matthew Larson in another one of the Pulsars in 30th. Lee Seelenmeyer and Jason Orchard, 2 more XLs there. And then rounding out the grid, we had a couple of drivers. So Peter Fleming at the back is the last car there. We did have Brad Wyatt take part in qualifying, but unfortunately looks like he's gone home with a bit of a clutch issue. And we're looking to see if Brad Ross is going to start from the pit lane. That remains to be seen. We are ready for a start here for improved production. Big field, reminiscent of years gone past, sort of pre-COVID, when we had upwards of 30 to 40 cars, and we are underway. And McLennan, you thought he was going to leave a whole bunch of licorice straps there at the start line. He's actually gotten away pretty well.
Yeah, he disappointed me there. He told me he was going to do the biggest burnout in human history, and he's done an absolute blinder into one. He should lead the field out here. Hopefully everyone gets through here nice and clean. It's a weird little corner, this one, because it is big and open, and it tricks you because big wide open turn one, and then it sort of obviously funnels down, and then you've got the big exit curb there. So it's easy to try to it's not easy to sometimes avoid the big 3 in a 1 sort of sandwich you can get there.
Well, it looks like they've all managed to get through the opening couple of corners pretty cleanly so far. A little bit of side-by-side still back in the pack going through turns 2 and 3. Some of these cars can ride those curves a little bit, just like you were saying. You've got to be careful for the ones you can ride the curves, and some of them you've got to learn to avoid. And you can upset your car quite drastically if you're going at hit the curb at the wrong angle.
Yeah, the curves around here are really big, and especially at like turn 2 and 3, you've really got to either commit to it and fully hit it, and unload the inside weight of the car before you hit it, or you need to completely stay off of them.
Down to Dandenong Road for the first time. Mark Defanis here just ahead of the number 97 there of Brett Lehman. He's on double duty this weekend. He's also competing in the VIC V8, so good to see that he's getting his money's worth out of that car this weekend. Matt Logan, the number 43 at the head of this little queue. The leading two have galloped off into the distance. Good 2-second margin. There they are into the distance. And Matt Logan sort of holding up the train here a little bit in this little Commodore trio, battling over 3rd, 4th and 5th. Good start for Royce Lyon. He started down towards the bottom end of the top 10. He was in 9th. He's now coming down the inside of Jamie Augustine here. That's a move for 6th place. And that's important for him because in terms of the club championship, he's up the pointy end of the field. He's actually battling with Ian McLennan and Matt Logan for honours there at the moment. Brett Lehman, you throw him into the mix there as well. So good to see the BMWs making some moves there. In terms of the state championship, we were having a bit of a chat about this off air. It's actually Matt Logan after 2 rounds who leads the state championship.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's been an interesting round in terms of results because Macca had a couple of good runs at Sandown, got some good points there, but then unfortunately had an engine failure at Calder, so lost a heap of points there. So it's Matt Logan leading. I think Royce Lyon was it for second?
Royce Lyon's a bit further down the order. He's actually 9th. It's John Perkins, who's actually second in the point standings for the state series. And then Larry Merrifield is 3rd overall, which is actually a major achievement for him in terms of state points because he's an under 2 litre car. But that just goes to show you the plethora of results that we've had across the opening 2 rounds. Because remember, there's been 3 rounds so far. The crew production did not take part at the last round at Phillip Island. They did the opening Sandown round and did the Calder Park round. This is the 3rd round of the campaign for them, and then their 4th and final round is going to be next time out at Phillip Island at the start of October. Then that'll be state championship decided for them at the final round, round 5 of the championship.
And unfortunately, Improved Production didn't run the state round, or the Winston round wasn't part of the state points. So the smaller cars there, the 2 litres, that probably would have had the bigger advantage in terms of results, unfortunately missed out on the Winton event this year. So it's especially good for Larry Merrifield that he's managed to stay where he is in the points at ultimately 2 V8 circuits.
He's actually gained only 1 spot from the start of this race as well. He's up from 15th to 14th. He hasn't been able to make too many gains in the early going here. 14th on the road for him as it stands right now. And he's just coming through with this next group of cars, I think behind Gary McKay and Brent Harris, just up there the rise here. There he is, just popping out on the right-hand side in behind Michael Hart there in the Commodore. And again, the different strengths and weaknesses of the vehicles here. Larry's going to be much, much quicker through some of these corners compared to the big, heavier cars around him. But then he's going to be losing out on those straights.
Yeah, exactly. And I just happened to glance over at the times of the front two. Their last lap was separated by 200ths of a second. So it's heating up at the front here. It's going to be an interesting battle. See if these guys can look after the tyres.
Well, off we go into the final couple of corners for the 3rd lap of asking now. Now, Augustine's managed to get back past Royce Lyon here at the start of the next lap. So good little exchange there. Maybe Royce might be nursing a slight issue there because he looked a little bit slower than usual into the opening couple of corners. We'll wait and see how that one plays out. Back to Michael Hart and Andrew Tickner here, the 2 yellow Commodores. You can't miss these 2. Very, very bright yellow cars. They stand out on the track from a mile away. And they're trying to leave Larry Merrifield behind here, leaving him to play with the BMW there. I think it's Anthony Dana.
They sure do. And I was speaking to Michael Hart. He had a misfiring quality, so they put a cam and a crank sensor in that, and hopefully that seems to fix it because it looks like it's going all right at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is. Now, just saw a car just come off the corner there, the blue Mazda RX8 That's normally a car piloted by Bruce Henley. He's here this weekend, but he's actually handed that car over to John Perkins because John's car's still in the sheds at the moment, with getting some repair work done from the Winton round that they did take part in with some damage. And Bruce has very kindly lent that car to him.
Oh dear. Danny's around.
No, he's around. He's also got some pretty hefty front damage on that number 11 as well, and he's trying to back that car out of the way. Actually, a bit of sensible driving there to try and get out of the way and try and keep this race going green. That's a turn 1. You can just see it in the background there. So there was 2 things happening right there. The first one was Royce Lyon, who was slow coming out of Dandenong Road, so I think he's nursing a problem at the moment. And the second thing is what has happened to the number 11 VF Commodore of Danny Timewell, because there's been some contact there with another car.
I'm not sure if it was planned or just how it played out, but really smart for Danny to roll it out, because around turn 1 he's actually quite blind as Royce Lynch unfortunately driving down the pit lane. That's a bummer, because that's he was on for a good result here.
Here we go. Look in the front.
He's locked the rears. Has he got into the back of Macca there?
I'm wondering if he possibly has, because it just disappeared out of the shot there, and the one thing you just saw on that thing is the car jumped sideways at the rear pretty violently. I think that's either a compression lock or some sort of a late braking or some sort of a failure.
It's quite bumpy down there, so it is actually quite easy to pinch a brake down there, and it looked like there was, Macca goes by, the rear of that car's got a big crater in it, so I think there was a couple of lap cars in there as this battle while they're all trying to squirm for drive traction and trying to make sure it's as clean as they can get through here. It's always scary. Like I tell you, it's one of the things, especially in the fast cars, when you're trying to pass. There's a big speed delta between the fast guys and the slow cars in this category, and I always like to run with my lights on. Probably everyone's seen it. I've done it since my first race meeting in that car over 10 years ago. Just helps everyone see just a bit of situational awareness, and because you could have a big crash down there if you were to come together.
And that's an interesting thing you talk about there, the perspective in improved production of the big speed difference, because of the different categories, the over 2 litres versus the under 2 litres. A track like this and tracks like Phillip Island, they kind of exacerbate the issue, don't they? But it's one thing that's rigidly enforced into improved production is the driving standards and being predictable and observing what's going on around you, because it happens, and it happens fairly quickly.
It really does, and the guys in improved production normally pretty good. Everyone's pretty good on their mirrors and normally looking around and have the situational awareness. So generally we don't have too much trouble in this category with it. But as a driver, you come up the back straight here, the quick guys are well into the 250 kilometre an hour bracket. So it is pretty easy to have a big one. If someone doesn't look in the mirrors, it still gets your heart rate going. I can tell you, Steve, it still makes you nervous.
It certainly does. And even talking to a couple of the new entrants to the category that are in the XLs, they're of the same nature. They sort of said, we're spending a lot more time focusing on our mirrors, which is good from a safety point of view, because you're being more sensible to that around you. You just pointed it out in the broadcast there. Look at those big licorice straps from where the number 11 had that big lock-up going round on the approach to turn number 1. Now, they've got the yellow flags out there at turn 1 as well, so just making sure everybody's aware that there is a car off to the left-hand side there. It does take away a passing opportunity here at Sandown. Turn 1 is a primary opportunity for that, and with the number 11 of Danny Timewell out of the running, that does change a few things in perspective. In the points particularly, So it does give Matt Logan second place, Mark DeFarnis up to third, and Brett Lehman to fourth. That will make a few points differences there in the state championship. Jamie Augustine, the number 5 and 5th. Brett Lehman, that's a bit of a pretty big lock-up going into turn number 6 there at the top of the hill. That could have been a little bit more unfortunate had that gone on for too much longer.
Three turn and 1 burning up there. Looks like it hasn't done any damage. Hopefully there's no flat spots on it. It wasn't a big plume of smoke, but you always they've changed the perspective of the track up there from the driver's point of view, that you can think you can go in a little deeper now because the wall's been removed. It's taken the fear factor out of it up there, so it's quite easy to lock brakes in there, just trying to be that little bit hungrier, where I think back in the yesteryear, but when the wall was still there, you definitely were. You had that couple of metres of safety margin.
You almost had that perspective of you knew it was there, and then you knew you gave yourself that little bit of extra wiggle room and sort of backed out of it a little bit earlier. And now you can carry it in a little bit further.
And it must be subconscious, and this must be the difference between the pro drivers and club racers like us, because I've never ever consciously gone up there and gone, I'm going to go in deeper because the wall's not there. But you notice on your data and on your video, you always end up that little bit deeper in there nowadays than you used to. So it's different, but I can see why they've removed that bit there for the safety.
Yeah, I certainly can. A couple of cars negotiating some of the under 2 litre traffic here. That's one of the Nissan Pulsars there, and through went Brett Harris. And ahead of him, it was Michael Hart and then Gary McKay, this meticulously prepared little number 63 GP Automotive Tirana. This is the last time the last time he raced at Sandown was 6 years ago. That's quite a achievement, 2019. And in his case, it'll all be about preparing for the Improved Production Nationals, which is fast approaching at the end of the year at Island Magic. So a number of drivers here getting the cars out, making sure they're good to go so they can actually attack the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit in November. And then between now and then, they've, of course, got one more round to prepare for that. Phillip Island coming up at the start of October.
That car of Gary McKay's is one that I think we all just make sure we give a tiny bit more space. No one, that's a beautiful Tirana, that. No one wants to be the one that's responsible for putting a big scratch on it, I can tell you that.
There's a few cars in the field have been like that. I think Paul Rule's Tirana sort of comes to mind as well.
I accidentally rubbed that one at Winton back in 2018 and I felt so bad about it.
A little bit loose for, I think, that Anthony Dahana in the 60 just behind Larry Merrifield. Yeah, it was. He looked like he was almost on the path to no return there at the final corner. Got a little bit too wide over that ripple strip on the outside. Very, very inviting for the drivers to try and use that, because it does give you a little bit of extra straightaway speed if you can get it right.
It is, and on the driver's right there's a wall that kind of juts out, and I tell you, I raced here for probably 9 of the last 10 years I've been coming here and never noticed it once, and then had a broken shock absorber and almost understeered into it in quali a couple of years ago and realised it was there. It's funny how, as a driver, you actually delete the hazards out of your perception. I've never seen that wall there, and I've been driving past it for 9 years prior, and yeah.
It's one of those walls that sees very little activity, I think, isn't it, in terms of who makes contact with it, but it's there because it protects the pit lane entrance.
And it'd be a pretty acute angle if you did hit it, so...
Just looked like Anthony Dahana might have been able to round up the Honda Civic of Larry Merrifield there. This is your race leader at the moment. I've just noticed something flapping underneath the car there. Maybe a little bit of debris or a plastic bag or something.
Possibly. The rear bar's definitely squashed in. It's had a decent hit. You saw the damage in the front of Danny's car, so I'm sure this thing's had the equal and opposite force. I'm not sure what's dangling underneath it, but it doesn't seem to be slowing him down too much.
No, as you rightly pointed out, it might be part of the damage from that unfortunate contact down at turn number 1 with Danny Timewell. Purely accidental from what it appears there. They were trying to negotiate some lap traffic, and yeah, you can see it's rattling away there at the back, making a little bit of a nuisance. Nothing that a couple of cable ties and some race tape probably won't fix in between times. Yep, they're getting ready to, I think, to hold out either the last lap board or to hold out the checkered flag here for the race leader, Ian McLennan. He's going to take the last lap board right now as he goes through passing some of the XL traffic. And he is very much in a cruise control mode at the moment with 10 seconds in his pocket following the contact a couple of laps ago.
He's worked hard on that car. He's full credit to him. He's put his head down and bum up this year, and he's been working away at that car, just engineering little bits and lots of lightweight little carbon stuff on that car. So he's been working away really hard in it. What was quite interesting was that car actually got built in my shed originally next to mine, and the cars were quite similar, and now we've diverged, and as time's gone on, Ian's actually pushing more of the development than I probably have been in the last couple of years. So I've actually learned a few things from him as he's developed this car and bought some bits, and it's credit to him because he's definitely getting quick out there now.
Certainly is. He pours into turn number 6, and then you sit here at this camera angle and you wait, and then you wait some more until Matt Logan arrives on the scene. Ian's come a long way as a driver since he first came into Improved Production as well. It took a while to get those first podiums and to pick up those first couple of race wins, and then a round win followed here and then another one there. And he's definitely changed for the better over the several seasons that we've seen him in Improved Production. And he's starting to become a bit more of a regular at the front of the field. And, well, what a better way to do that than to take the opening race win of the weekend for Improved Production with thanks to Prestige Hino, and for ProCut Tree Services, he greets the checkered flag first. Great job for him.
Andre Nui and Bryson Lloyd, we haven't seen any of these guys yet, so it looks like these guys are having a good little run at the end of the race here.
Yeah, Andre's going to give the little 2-litre Celica a bit of a hustle up here all the way to the final corners. There, a late-minute dive for the position there. I mean, they're in two different classes, but every point on the road counts towards not only your state title but your club championship as well. He can't find a way through there. He hasn't got the horsepower, hasn't got the drive off there. Bryson's going to survive that one. And that was for 21st and 22nd. So fight for position down there. Andrew Barstow in the little Volkswagen Golf. He's added a few go faster stripes, I think we can call that, to the last time we saw him here at Sandown earlier in the year. Looks very nice on the little blue Golf.
Isn't it? This is the grouse bit about watching improved production, isn't it? Like there's battles the whole way through the field. The guys are racing as hard for 20th and 21st as the guys in first and second are. It's just so good to watch.
Absolutely. Anthony Martin in there behind him as well. So they get across the line there. Larry Merrifield's across the line too. So he was the second of the under 2 litre cars home by the looks of things. Reece Howell looks like he finished where he started there in 8th place. A good run for him. So leading car in under 2s. Rick Hogan there in 7th place. So he actually came, I think, from a bit further back in the field. He actually came from 10th to finish in 7th. So it's good to see Rick back after a couple of seasons away, or a season and a half away.
Yeah, good to see Rick back. He's had a year and a half away, and if there's a bloke who needs a race meeting at the moment, it's him. So good to see him back. It's interesting field here this weekend with a lot of returning guys. I'm sure the next round at Phillip Island will probably be a pretty full grid, because I'd say everyone will be using that as a test weekend for the Nationals.
They certainly will be using it to bed some tyres in and everything there. So the Wit Race winner goes to the lane there. So Ian McLennan, he won by a comfortable 10 seconds at the end of the day ahead of Matt Logan, and Mark DeFarnis picking up 3rd place there as well. So good to see him across the line there with Brett Lehman, Jamie Augustine 4th and 5th, and Scott McLean, Rick Hogan, Reece Howell, Michael Hart and Gary McKay sneaking into the top 10 there in the little Tirana.
Luke, it's always nice to see.
Thank you very much for coming on board for the day. Good
Appreciate
to have you in the
Thank
commentary box. Good to have a driver's perspective.
Pleasure to be here. I might pop back in one day if I find myself not racing. It was a bit of fun.
It certainly was. Great to have you aboard. We'll take a short break here with thanks to Trico seeing you through at the 4th round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And coming up on the other side of this is Formula V. Back shortly.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time to get the next category underway here at the 4th round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and it's Formula V. And for the 15 Formula V cars taking to the circuit this weekend, this is a state championship deciding round. They've done all 3 of the rounds previous so far. They will not be at the next round at Phillip Island, so there's a score to settle. Not just for first and second, but third and fourth being very, very close as well. And for Australian VW Performance Centre, what a better way to end the championship campaigns here than at Sandown. So Steve De Vries staying on for Formula V. Tom Reed jumping in alongside me here. Tom, we've had some great battles throughout the season so far. Big ones that spring to mind was the ones at Calder Park a little bit earlier in the year when we were joined by some of the national Formula V competitors, and everybody got to benchmark themselves against some of the best. But this year, it's really been a tale between 2 drivers for the title, and they're starting off the front row of the grid. You couldn't script this any better.
Yeah, for sure. Formula V, always exciting, and the battles have been superb on track, especially at Calder earlier on in the year. I'll run you quickly through the grid order, and it was Ashley Whittington who took pole position with it was Andre Curran who took pole position with a 27.0, about 1/10 off the lap record here, and he seemed very happy. Spoke to him very briefly down in pit lane earlier today, and he was ecstatic. Ashley Whittington off of second. Second row will be Brock Hamilton and Rocco Spinley in a Acura Motorsport car. Ashley Clifford, Matthew Basso, Shane Purvis, Charlie Richardson doing a good job in P8. Damien Spinello in car 49 off of position 9. Matthew Bode off 10. We move back to Cameron Bell, Darren Power, Mick Fisher, Cody Boys, and Corey Horter will round out your 15-car field here for race 1 of Victorian Formula V Championship.
A lot of things have been happening in quick succession in Formula V land. Not only the 3 state rounds so far this year, but they've also had a trip to Winton in between. That was only a month ago. It was quite cold and wet up there in northern Victoria, and they've had to turn the cars around pretty quickly to come back for Sandown. And then between now and the last round of the season at Island Magic, there will be the trip for those that are going to National Challenge at the Bend in September. So this is kind of the last hit out, not only in the State Series, but also before preparing for a very important assault at the Bend Motorsport Park. Lights are on. We are ready. The eyes turn to the number 1, the reigning champion, Ash Whittington on second. The pole position man, Andre Curran, in the number 32 on the pole. And away we go. There was a very brief yellow flag wave there. It's Charlie Richardson at the back of the grid, or down in 8th, who's stalled at the start here, hasn't been able to get going. She's going now, but all attention now turns to the front 2 pair heading into turn number 1 for the first time, and it's the pole sitter who leads them through. Rocco Spinley sweeping around the outside of Brock Hamilton to hold on to third place, actually to gain third place there. He was starting on the outside of that row in 4th, and those 2 are fighting over 3rd and 4th in the state championship, as well as the 2 that were interested in the front. Brock's managed to get back through though, so that's important for his hopes of securing 3rd in the state championship. But we are underway now and up the back straight for the first time.
So Andre Curran doing exactly what he needed to do and getting out to the early race lead. Chased hard here by car number 1 of Whittington, who has a peak to the inside and has already cleared car 32 by the time they get to the top and down into Dandenong Road just behind their car 11 of Brock Hamilton, looking to latch onto this front 3.
Yeah, this is the important piece for these 2. They're fighting it out for the State Series title. They're trying to get away from the 2 behind them and try and then settle their own arguments a bit later on to open up that margin so they don't have to worry about the chasing pack. But importantly for Brock and for Rocco, they're still mathematically within striking distance of the leading 2, so it would take a bit of a catastrophic event for them to jump up into 1st and 2nd place. But importantly, they need as many points as possible. So, if one of them can get to the head of this field and maybe be, 2nd or maybe even 1st, and then the other one finish 4th, that's a big game changer for them in terms of 3rd and 4th in the State Series points. So coming into the weekend, it's a 17-point margin in favour of Andre Curran over the reigning champion Ash Whittington. And then it's a fairly decent margin back to Rocco Spinley. It's 24 points from Quiddington to Spindley, but then it's only 11 points back from Spindley to Hamilton. So the gap between first and second is slightly more than the gap between third and fourth. So that's the 2 points that we're going to be focusing in on across the weekend, as well as the great racing. That's where our attention's going to go, is what do the point standings look like the closer we get to the last race of the weekend for them tomorrow.
Signalling there, car 82 of Rocco Spindley telling Brock Hamilton to get on with it and try and catch the front two, who is still skipping out a decent margin, and it has definitely turned into a 2-horse race up the front with Andre Curran leading Ash Quiddington. Really, car number 1 here needs to finish in front of Curran to give him the best possible chance come Sunday afternoon to take or keep the Victorian State Championship for Formula V, but obviously the 32 is not going to make that too easy for him.
No, he certainly won't. And importantly for Andre, he doesn't have to finish every race in first place. The math is so simple. He just needs to finish behind Ash Quiddington. If Ash was to win all 3 races, he would still be state champion. And he'll want to go out there and try and win it all as much as he possibly can. What he can't afford to happen is to start to fall behind some of these drivers if Ash does win a race or two, because then that's when it starts to get rather interesting in terms of points. Matt Basso there, he's moved up into 4th place. Now, you might remember that name because he was here at Sandown earlier in the season, actually piloted an Acura Motorsport Jacer back in the day, and after a couple of rounds, he's now found himself a home down at the Sabre Racing Cars stable, and tucked in here behind Spindley and ahead of Brock Hamilton. The 15-year-old student, he's had plenty of time to get used to being in open wheelers because he's come from karting, as a lot of different drivers do. It's probably been one of those sort of feeder categories over the years that has fed a lot of the karters into circuit racing, coming off the kart racing circuits and into something a bit more mainstream. So I guess it's appropriate that Karting Madness is on board as one of the corporate partners this weekend, because they've got Australia's largest indoor go-karting centre across 2 locations in Bayswater and Braybrook. And along with those kart tracks, they've got the state-of-the-art racing and golf simulators, amusement arcades, licensed cafe, and a lot more. They're down in Trade Alley this weekend, so you'd like to catch up and see what they have on offer and get a whole bunch of information for what you could do on your school holidays. And please book online and enjoy the thrill of racing with Karting Madness. We really do appreciate their support this weekend, along with all of our corporate partners, because without them, the State Series does not go onto the broadcast platform of Blendline TV. So a big thank you to them for their contribution this weekend.
You mentioned Trade Alley just in that conversation then, and I walked down there during the Sports Sedan race and couldn't believe how busy the place was. A lot of people on the front straight, a lot of people in the grandstand watching the Precision National Sports Sedans, not the Precision National Sports Sedans anymore, but yeah, fantastic crowd here. Great vibe at round 4 of the VIC State Series, and it was good to see a lot of people out. Great weather as well. Fast times this morning. I guess the sunshine on the racetrack is making it a little slower for these guys. 27.4 fastest lap last time by for Andre Curran, about 5/10 off fuel lap record, which was set way back in 2010 by Ben Porter.
Yeah, and back in the day as well. It's quite a while away. Fastest time in qualifying was actually a 27.0 for Andre Curran. He set that at the death in the qualifying session this morning. Apart from the sun being on the circuit, which is a little bit different to what it was this morning, it was a little bit more overcast. The wind down the front straight, so it's a headwind they're driving into as well, means they're a little bit slower down the front straight, which is why the toe can be very, very important. But then up the back straight, they're getting a tailwind. Talking to Corey Horder down in the Beecham Racing Stable a bit earlier this afternoon, he was saying that he was about 5 k's an hour slower down the front straight running on his own, but he was about 6 k's an hour faster going up the back straight, because of course it's a little bit uphill going up the back straight as well. So that wind's given quite the nice push along.
And that's just on his own. If he was in a tow, then it would probably even out the front straight speed, but then even extend that back straight speed even more off the track here.
Oh dear, is that Ash Clifford or Brock Hamilton? No, it's Ash Clifford in the number 17. Bit of a new blue livery on that car this weekend. That looks like that's come off at turn number 1. He's tried to find as much of a safe spot as he can between turn 2 and 3, so he's well out of harm's way there, and signalling to the nearby trackside marshals that he's okay. So Nothing wrong with him, but something has probably let go on the number 17 Sabre 02 out of the Silver Fox stable this weekend. But his Silver Fox teammate currently there in 4th place and tucked in again behind Rocco Spinley, who's been at the head of this little queue for a couple of laps now, and he's had Matt Basso on his rear tail, and he's also had Brock Hamilton on his tail as well. So he's withstood the pressure so far and needs to continue to withstand that pressure if he wants any hope of 3rd place in the state title race. The leaders, they've definitely cleared out here, and with 5.5 minutes on the clock, they've got their own little battle going, and they've got a good 7 3/4 second margin back to this trio, fighting over 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Yeah, cutting across the braking zone there, car 82 of Rocco Spinley, who you mentioned is doing a nice job holding off P3, doing everything he needs to do to cement that spot in the championship. And then behind them, Matthew Basso, who's got really nothing to lose, who just is out there to go as fast as he can. Not really in any championship contention at the final round here for Formula V, so he will be driving as fast as he possibly can. Having a look on screen here, car 70 of Cody Boys, and these guys are battling for the last few positions on the road.
Yeah, so we've got Cody Boys at the head of the queue, Mick Fisher behind him, and then Corey Horter directly behind. Change of position now, heading up the back chute into turn number 6. Brock Hamilton finally decides to pull the trigger, and he wants to try and up the ante here a little bit. So decisive move at turn number 6, got a good toe, and swept to the inside, made that move stick pretty quickly. Same way that I think Shane Purvis is trying to hold off Damien Spinello. They're the next 2 cars, about 10 seconds behind these 3. I just saw them in the back of the shot there. And Shane's been on and off a couple of times this season. He's had Jake Rowe pilot that car as well. And Damien Spinello returning to the Acura Motorsport stable. He's raced with them on a couple of occasions in the number 49 across different makes of car that they've got over there. So good to see him back as well. And then the last couple of spots inside the 10, you got Matt Bode, Darren Power and Cam Bell, 8th, 9th and 10th. Matt Bode and Darren Power running pretty close together as they come across the line this time around to complete lap number 6.
Matthew Basso with a cheeky look under brakes there into 1. Couldn't get anything done on Brock Hamilton in the other Silver Fox racing machine. Change for the lead again, that time by over the line. It was Andre Curran leading, and now car 1, Ashley Whittington, has retaken that lead back to the 3rd, 4th and 5th place cars. Change for position over the top of the hill, and now it's Brock Hamilton leading that charge. Just behind him, car 82 of Rocco Spinley, and still Matthew Basso running in P5, not really able to make any moves here. Just maybe he's biding his time with 3 minutes remaining.
I think he's driving the car a little bit more, sensibly compared to the 2 in front of him. They have sort of been, I could just notice at turn 6 when they turned in, they definitely turned in a little bit more aggressively. The cars were bouncing around a little bit more, whereas the number 18 in the hands of Basso, it looked a little bit more planted, a little bit more stable. Didn't have to turn it in with as much lock or as much force. So, as you said, maybe he's trying to keep his tyres in some good shape. Maybe he's got the car set up nicely, just so he can look after it, maybe to have a little bit of a late-minute surge towards 3rd place at the conclusion of this race, which is fast approaching in the next 2.5 minutes. We'll wait to see how that plays out.
And he's still very early on in his circuit racing career. Of course, he's done a lot of go-karting, but just probably wants to get through this weekend nice and clean, as many laps as he possibly can, and gain all the knowledge from the cars ahead of him. See where they're braking, see where they're turning the car in, how aggressive they are over curbs and so on. Just having a look here at the Joust race, where car number 6 of Shane Purvis just in behind another Acura car there.
He's lost that spot to Damien Spinello in the last lap as well, so that's a change between the 2 of them. It was Purvis in 6th and Spinello in 7th. That's now reversed back the other way. Darren Powell's actually gone ahead of Matt Bode on the last lap as well, so moves himself up to 8th. He was a driver of the round at the Wet Winton round we had a month ago, and it was a very popular trophy awarded to him in the paddock after that one, so very well deserved for him. So he's had a nice little run of form, and Charlie Richardson hasn't had a huge amount of luck since she managed to get going off the start of the grid there after that stall, and she's the last of the classified runners at the moment, but she's still circulating because the points are very, very important. And I reckon we're going to get probably 2 more laps here as we go across the line to complete lap number 8. So probably a 10-lap journey. The last lap board will be held out next time around. And state champion, we did say what he's got to do is win each of the 3 races on offer and then hope that whatever happens behind him, it's in the hands of the gods, I guess you can call it at that point.
Yeah, for sure. Matt Basso having a look again on number 11 there of Brock Hamilton. Nothing doing, and that has just allowed the 82 of Rocco Spinley to ever so slightly open up a margin where he may not be dive bombed by the time they get to the top of the hill at turn 6. Really enjoy that shot there as it shows the front 2 as well as his battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th that's going on. Covering off the inside there, the 82 of Rocco Spinley. So no move over the top of the hill. Still these guys line astern. Matt Basso not yet able to make a move, like I said before, and just having a look at the timing. The best lap of the race, or the fastest lap of the race, set by Andre Curran with a 27.4, and now they're running in about a 28.5 second bracket. So they're just backing off. They're not exceeding their limits.
Certainly not. Last lap board is in the air. Leaders have just gone through. They have a nearly 10-second margin over these 3 drivers on your screen. There it is. That's visually what 10 seconds looks like from the first 2 cars to the next 3 cars. So the 3 kilometres of racing to go. It's all on the line here. Hamilton now throws down the gauntlet down the inside of Spinley, and that's not a bad decision to make. That's turn 1's a very good opportunity to make a passing move stick, but then you've got to defend it going up the back straight. So he's going to hope that Basso starts to get involved here, and he does. So Basso gets now through on Spinley to 4th, so he's lost 2 positions in the space of 3 corners. What's the number 18 got for the number 11 going up the back straight? So this is important, because if Brock could stay 1 car ahead of his rival for 3rd place in the championship, that will be important for him. But this is equally as important. The leaders are going toe-to-toe at it, approaching turn 6. Quittington's lost the lead of the race. He needs to get that back ASAP if he wants to stab under brakes here at turn number 9 and 10, and he's going to get that done. Fantastic dive down at Dandenong Road. Wrestles P1 away from the number 32 of Andre Curran, and that should be that.
Fantastic move by car number 1 there, giving himself every chance to take the championship lead back come Sunday afternoon, and he's going to come out of the last corner here to win race number 1.
Certainly does. Gets across the line with a couple of tenths to spare. Great exchange between the 2 of them. Fair, clean, hard, and a decisive move at Dandenong Road gives Quittington the win. So he keeps the championship alive. Rocco Spinley. Brock Hamilton off at the final corner. He's not going to get that out of there, is he? He's a little bit boggy offline. He was leading coming out of out of turn 4 on the final lap, and he's gone off at the final corner. That gives Spinley 3rd place. It gives Basso 4th place. Hamilton's is he going to make it? No, he's got some sort of damage. He's going to retire. So that's a DNF for Brock Hamilton, and that might be very, very costly come Sunday afternoon when it settles for the top 3 in the state championship. That is a bit of a disaster for the number 11.
Yeah, big dramas there. When I noticed the 3rd and 4th place cars come out without the 5th place car right on their tails, I knew something had happened, and it ended up being Rocco Spinley that took home the final podium position. He started that final lap being shuffled all the way back to P5, but was able to grab that podium spot off Matt Basso, who's done a fantastic job to come home in P4.
Just extending the math, I'll come to the math in a minute because I've just punched the top couple of positions in, and we'll see how it all unfolds. But you can see there Quittington with a very narrow win there over Curran. So they fought hard and they fought fair all the way to the flag there. Spinley from Basso. Damien Spinello then gets elevated to 5th, Purvis to 6th, Power, then Matt Bode, Cameron Bell and Mick Fisher. And then outside the top 10 you had Cody Boyes, Corey Horder and Charlie Richardson, and the retiring Brock Hamilton. So just doing the math just very, very loosely here with how the top 4 entered the weekend in the championship. That's a big change. So Quittington has narrowed the margin by 2 points to Andre Curran, so that now stands at 15, so he needs a bit more help from there. But the big one is with Spinley finishing 3rd and a Hamilton class as a DNF, that margin has opened up significantly to 37 points, so that's pretty much unassailable almost at this point.
Yeah, that'll be a tough ask there to claw back that margin. fortunately for Brock Hamilton, who you saw off at the final corner. Lucky actually to get that car out of the grass, but something terminal there where he had to pull back into the pits.
Yeah, what a shame. Well, that's Formula V. The opening race has delivered some goods there for the top two in the championship, but a little bit of interesting final elements behind there. You can see they're going to go down and pick up Ash Clifford, who's just on the right-hand side of your shot there in the number 17. So we'll wait to get him recovered. And then, of course, what happened on the last lap, I think we'll be going down and finding out pretty quickly how all that unfolded. The cameras on the tops of the roll hoops do not lie when it comes to understanding what's happened and who's at fault and who's not at fault. But we'll bring you an update on that tomorrow when we know more. And we'll take a break here and get ready to hand over for the Porsche 944 Challenge here at round 4 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Welcome back trackside here for Trico, seeing you through the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Big shout out to our new best friends at Autohouse Vehicle Storage. Autohouse Vehicle Storage in Moorabbin, 0437 351 000. A big shout out to Callum Brannigan, who's down with all of our great traders here at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships.
Thank you, Darren. Down here in Trade Alley here at round 4 of the Trico VSRS, and it's full of vibe. We've got these beautiful vehicles here from GMSV, and this Corvette, it's actually a hybrid model, I should point out, has been catching the eye of a lot of people here this weekend, but it's fantastic to have these partners on board because without them we really wouldn't have such a robust state-level motorsport category. We've also got Autohouse Vehicle Storage down here from Moorabbin. If you look further down, Mentone Premix, you can't miss the massive concrete truck. We've also got Karting Madness as well. We might just take a bit of a stroll down Trade Alley and have a good look as well. This really is kind of the main hub for attendees who do come to the gate. We encourage you, if you are in the area and you've got time tomorrow, to head down to Sandown Raceway. Tickets are available at the gate, or you can go to the VSRS website and purchase them online as well. So we encourage you to get involved in motorsport, because seeing it on the couch is one thing, but there's something about the smell of race cars as well when you get nice and close and around race cars. It's just a fantastic situation as well. Might just come down to see our friends here at Karting Madness. I can hear the 944s are starting to come out of the dummy grid as well. So Karting Madness, 2 facilities, one in Bayswater, one in Braybrook, I should say. We highly encourage you to head to the website and find out more information and sort out your plans for the school holidays. So we'll head over to the commentators for the 944 race.
944s making their way onto track. What a great group of racers these guys are. I'm on public record now for at least 3 seasons and saying this is some of the most fearsome racing that you will see. And you really need to squash your faces up against your screens if you're watching on the live streaming. If you're here at the track, make your way over to the fences and have a look at this. Cars on track now, front and centre. There's our great mate Jack Atley from the Pit Lane Clothing Company. He is having a bit of trouble throughout this season. In fact, Jack isn't inside the top 10 of... Yes, he is inside. He's 10th on the points at the moment, so great to see. Emma Dean right alongside me. Em, welcome to the LK Diesel Porsche 944s.
Thanks, Darren. I can't wait to call on the 4.4s again. Love my Porsches, as you know, and this is some great racing. These guys don't leave anything left in the tank.
There's no flak bows, there's no roofs out there, but these 944s are being driven with what they might have said in the 60s, gay abandon.
Well, I did hear John Bow, I think it was John Bow maybe, said once at the GTP many, many years ago, it's half a 928. It kind of technically is because it's a 2.5 litre inline 4, not the V8, but they're mighty all the same. Fantastic car. For me, being a Porsche fan, the engine's probably a little bit in the wrong spot, but I still love them.
Yeah, I tell you what, the racing is what you come here for, and I guess, in fact, it's probably this bunch of drivers. In fact, if you put them in anything, they'd be still going at it very, very hard. Pole position went to Adam Brewer on 124.94. Jamie Westerway right alongside with the 126 Cambella car number 1. And we're going to keep a close eye on those two guys on the right-hand side of the grid, the 1 and the 3. They took each other out at turn 1 at Winton just a couple of weeks ago. Chris Lewis-Williams, he won at Winton in the dark twilight there. The Tyre Power Benella proprietor, he sponsored the race and he won the race, so that was a good outcome from him. Mark Torberts in the 66 is coming along gangbusters as well. Now, I've got Carter Fox on here, but Carter had an incident, so I am pretty sure, won't make the grid. Tony Westerway, Mark Vidino, watch for car number 44 out of position number 8. Michael Westerway, Jack Atlee out of position number 10. That's where he sits in the championship. Andy Goldman, Sam Roth, Nick Carpenter, Josh Brisbane, and Peter Grant out of the back of the field. And we've got a saloon car, I think, probably doing a bit of discretionary practice there. That was Brad Vaughan just heading off the back there. Good to see that Ads Brewer has got the nose cone on this car. He likes to evacuate it from the car. In fact, here at Sandown, he did exactly that when he came home for a podium finish. They get away very nicely indeed. It's a Westerway that bobs the nose out halfway down through the back of the field, but side by side, Adam Brewer, Jamie Westerway. Have a look at number 1, Cameron Bella, and the 37 of Chris Lewis-Williams, who's already sporting some wounds there. Looks like he's had a box in the right eye, and he's got the tape over the headlight there. Goes out over the ripple strip, side by side, down into 2. That'll be Jamie. Holds on. You can't go through here 2 by 2, and Jamie just says, I know. Ads Brewer forced me out of it. So good pressure, good racing there by Adam Brewer, the Black Widow Spider, as he's known to the field out there as they stream on through. Nick Carpenter getting through there, Peter Grant, and up the hill they come. The fantastic round 4 of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. They crest the hill in the slipstream now. Each just push a headlight out to get a bit of fresh air, but it'll be Ads Brewer leads them through 2 wheels over the ripple strip. The first 4 cars, these guys all know about it, and joining in right in behind there is Mark Torberts as well. So this is mixing it up in a very big way, and you can see this top 5, and it's the 44 of Mark Vidino. As I said, he started out of 8th. He's already up to 5th. So he's made his presence felt there as well. There's a lot of oil down there from a car heading back into the pits from an earlier race there. They go through that dust, and across the line they complete lap number 1.
Yeah, Darren, it's phenomenal that this car, the generation, ran for about 9 years until 1991 from 82. And it's great that these guys, they're so made for racing. You can patch them up and send them back out again. They're phenomenal. And the drivers that we've got in this category are also a lot of them back from karting backgrounds. So chuck them in one of these and they're absolute weapons. But I do believe that now it might be becoming a bit tougher to get parts with some of these cars.
Yes. When you say 91, it doesn't seem that long ago.
Not for us.
That's probably more a reflection on me than it is on the car itself. But these guys come onto the back straight again. Now, Ads Brewer, I'm going to say this is the most commanding lead we've seen in 944s. Actually, that's probably a lie because Chris Lewis-Williams absolutely brained them on the Saturday afternoon at Winton 3 weeks ago. But it's not often at Sandown that you'll see a leader break away to a second out in front. Ads Brewer hasn't quite done that yet, but he's near on half a second out there. But when you've got multiple championship winner Jamie Westerway, 4 times championship winner Cam Bella, and 4 times championship winner Chris Lewis-Williams lining up behind you. And add all that up, I think it's about 13 championships that the cars behind him have got. Ads doesn't have a single one. He is here to rectify that. He is currently sitting P3 in the championship, and it's actually that car there, Mark Verdino, that we're getting a good look at the the white and blue car. He's next in the championship behind him in 4th place, and Mark Torberts, who's the next car. In fact, Mark isn't on the next car. He's dropped a couple of spots there. It's Tony Westerway, then Jack Atley. Jack's pushed his way up to 7 after starting at 8. That's a really good opening couple of laps for Jack Atley, pushing out of 10.
Absolutely. This is quite nice racing compared to Winton and what was happening there in the duck, wasn't it, Darren? These guys definitely had an absolute brawl that night.
Yeah, they certainly did it. And it fired off at turn 1 at Winton, where the two cars leading, Campbella and Ads Brewer, got together. And these guys, you walk down there after the race and you think, this is going to be an interesting place to get to, but they're all standing around, swapping parts, having a bit of fun. And if it's not Campbella or his dad lending parts, it's someone else getting out there. But a really good camaraderie. And here's a bit of good camaraderie. Jack Atley and his aptly named El Presidente, Mark Torberts, who's gone through on him in the 66. Mark started out of 5th, but he'd gone back a couple of spots. In fact, he'd gone back to 9th. He's dispensed the 35, the pit lane clothing 944 of Jack Atley. And then we go back to Sam Roth, who started out at 12th, and Sam's up to 8th. So some big movers there. I think it's Andy Goldman's gone back. He started out of 11th. Yes, he's gone back to 13th. And Michael Westerway. Yeah, Michael started out at 9th. He's down there, in fact, tail and Charlie at the moment. Ev, we touched on Carter Fox. He had an incident in qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely. He had a bit of a hard hit on the wall out the back of Dandenong Road, and I went and had a chat with him. He wasn't sure quite what happened, but he just got part of his... He lost a little bit of control and got part of his tyre on one of the ripple strips, and then it just snagged him. And that can happen. I mean, there'll be a reason. He didn't know quite. But he did have the front right wheel a little bit too far under the car than you'd like.
Yeah, that's a fair bit of toe out, and that's not right. In fact, we'll get our favourite tyre guy to comment on a tyre when it gets that sort of geometry on it, and we see that play out. But Ads Brewer is now being taken over by the number 28 of Jamie Westerway. So a swap for the race lead there. And we're having a swap in drivers in the commentary booth here as well. Emma Dean out, Joey Kellock in. Joey, we're what are we? We're 3 laps in, mate, and you've arrived to call the 944s.
Oh, mate, getting a park out here is bloody crazy.
It's hard work when you arrive at this time of day, mate. It's really hard work. There's a lot of people making their way to the track, but it's situation normal. It's almost like we haven't left Winton.
Oh, it's just fantastic. How's this weather? This is awesome. The Temple of Speed.
Have a look at that. Ads Brewer, threshold of braking, car 3, back into the lead. Out over the ripple strips goes Jamie. It's gone off now.
3 wide.
CLW into it as well. He has to brake, lock up in the the 37, and Bella goes back 2 spots just like that. Westerway bobbles off the exit of the corner there, not flowing nicely. That's not going to look good for Westerway come the top of the straight. Ads Brewer and Bella trying to flow the car here. See, we're just watching Brewer just draw alongside, so you don't get the pace off the corner, and you are punished for it here at Sandown.
Absolutely. It's the most important part of the track is turn 4 and turn 12. Brewer getting the side draft here into the high-speed corners, and Chris Lewis-Williams goes wide. Absolutely, what a save. Incredible. He's going to keep that going. Oh, this is intense.
Ads Brewer goes into the race lead there, and he brings Campbella with him. So Bella's gone from 2nd, 3rd back to 4th, and he'll emerge from Dandenong Road in P3. So Westerway, just out of shot there, has managed to hold back onto 2. But the surprise packet there is our guy that was sitting on pole, had been relegated back 2 spots. He kept it all together. CLW in the Tyre Power Benalla car had a very heart and mouth spot. Here we go, at the top of the hill. Cars appear. CLW all out of shape. Bit of Speedway style there. He's off to the Benalla Speedway tonight to run a midget. But today, he is absolutely practicing for his racing tonight, but he just disappears backwards a little bit there.
Unreal. Amazing car handling ability there from CLW. I tell you what, I've gone around just like that myself on that corner in one of these cars before, and it is not fun. It's very, very scary. Intense things, it's intense stuff happening in the top three up here. Amazing. Brewer loves this track.
He does.
Absolutely loves it. He relishes the intensity of it, and there'll be no surprises if he manages to hang on for first place in this race, but there's a lot of racing to come.
Talk about intensity. Jack Atlee is like the cork in the champagne bottle. At the moment, he has got them lining up behind him. It's Sam Roth. He's in the Mick Roth in there. Then it's Grant, Carpenter, Goldman. They go on. It's Westaway at Brisbane.
Look at all those colours there. We've got Jack Atlee, Kung Fu Panda, in the front of that pack there, and all of his disciples following him, following the young little master.
He's absolutely got the cork in the bottle here. He's not doing anything silly either. He's just driving. He's just holding it on the racing line, and the 333 looks out. Andy Goldman, he'll always have a bit of a look out there, Andy. And they plunge down in. In fact, I'm going to say that the 68 and the 84, so that's Sam Roth and Peter Grant. They probably take a few notes out of the experienced Jack Atlee. Of course, he raced Formula 4. The 14, a big lunge. Oh. He's going to get it done. No,
oh.
It's unstuck. Unstuck there, but Nick Carpenter, you've got to have a go. You can't penalise the guy for having a look.
You have got to have a go. You're not taking one of those gaps and you're not a race car driver. That's given Jack Atlee a little bit of a breather in that spot there. So that's really fantastic for him. He does love this track.
Torberts goes through on Tony Westaway now, so that puts him into the 6. Chris Lewis-Williams still trying to battle to get it there. Good battle here between these two yellow cars. Mark Torberts has got a garage full of race cars, and he's chosen the 66 to bring out here this weekend.
Big lose there from Tony Westaway.
I tell you what, if you're in the region of Geelong, or well worth the trip down to Geelong, get down to Rex Gorrell and have a chat to Mark Torberts. He'll line you up a ripper deal on a new car.
Absolutely, he'll probably try to sell you one of his albums as well.
Yeah, that's right. He's a heavy metal guitarist.
He's a heavy metal bass player, and he's very, very good as well.
He's very good. Plays the heavy metal venues.
If he plays with as much intensity as he drives, then that would be a show that I would not want to miss.
Well, back at the front now. Have a look at this. The Black Widow Spider's been relegated by more championships than you can lay down, because there's at least 7 championships in 1 and 28. Look to the inside, Cambella. It must be coming near the end of the race. Bella stamps his authority. Car number 1 to the lead for a moment.
In and under, but Bella will have the correct line on the inside of this next one. But if Westaway can keep on the outside for this, no, he cannot. So Bella will go lead those 3 onto the back straight. Very, very important exit of this corner. Let's see if he gets that done well enough to keep his velocity up and fight off Westaway and the Black Widow Spider, the BWS. Black Widow Spider on the back straight.
This is what we come to the racetrack for. The front 3 cars line astern with each other for a moment. We'll crest the top of the hill. Chris Lewis-Williams now has got to get onto the back of Fedino. They all pick a line. It's all different. It's all different. The thought processes for Bella, Westaway, and Ads Brewer are all different. They're running nearly identical cars, identical tyres, but each driver just having a different perspective on what's the fastest way to get around this track, or how can I distract the guy in front? I need to get through. I've got the best part of a minute and a half plus a lap, so you'd have to say 3 more laps starting now, and the checkered flag comes out. So don't rest on your laurels, Ads Brewer. Get out, duck out, dive down the inside of these 2, because Jamie Westaway will do it before you, and he'll snatch the lead in car number 28.
He will, and he's parked it in the middle of the apex, but Bella's managed to hold on. This fighting amongst the top 3 is also, let's keep in mind, that's actually enabling Mark Verdino to catch up on them, and Chris Lewis-Williams is just behind him. So if there's any trouble in this top 3 fight, then we're going to see some movement from Verdino and Williams.
I like how Cambella's gone the factory option of the left-hand side ripple door.
I love that.
A bit left over from Winton there, the ripple door down the side.
The washboard door.
Yeah,
he plays in a folk band in his time off, and he uses it for a little bit of percussion.
So it's Brewer now just sitting back in behind these three. In fact, I'm going to correct myself there. He's not sitting back. Have a look at him. He's using every single bit of the track, even out over the yellow line onto the blue and white ripple strips.
Wow.
Balance forced out by the 28 there. Have a look at Ads Brewer. He dives down, but the 28 cuts that run off as well. Westaway, experienced, a very, very calculated driver. He will line you up. And it's not going to happen over 2 laps. He'll line you up from 100 metres out and just ease it in. As we see the last lap board out. So this will be it.
With 2 seconds left on the clock, they managed to get the line to get one more lap. And we'll see what happens. Let's see if Westaway. So Westaway's trying to make a move on Bella. Ads is trying to go through and tailgate him through. It looks like only one of them get through.
Strategy played by Bella there. You watch this. He will now apply the blowtorch up to turn 4. But he's got car 3. Ads Brewer, the AVI technology entry to deal with. Jamie Westaway's gone, no, I didn't want to lead this. I wanted to be in second and stream on through.
Vidino is right on them now, but I can tell you, all 3 of them got perfect exits from turn 4. They are all going to be at terminal velocity on this back straight.
There is absolutely no doubt about the talent and the ferocity that these guys bring to the track every time they do it in these 944s. Looking left, looking right, dodging left, dodging right. Bella up now. All of them keep it very neat and tidy. Where's the lunge going to come from, Joey? Where is this going to happen?
Turn 12. Westaway parks it. Bella's got behind him. I wonder if he's missed a gear.
Westaway not getting out of Dandenong Road. You have a wrong breath in this category.
He's still
and
inside
you lose
Ads.
the lead of the race.
Here we go. Brewer gets up on Westaway as well. Cameron Bella is going to take the win. It's a drag race for second place. Ads Brewer looks to have... Oh, my God, it's going to be a photo finish.
Brewer hangs on.
What happened there?
Zero.
Vidino in 4th has just come up on the behind them with all the antics that the top 3 were pulling. And this race is not over for the rest of the field.
Jack Atley now. He's still got them behind him. He's got them there. Torberts and Westaway have got through. And as has Peter Grant. He's gone through. Jack Atley still got Roth, Goldman and Michael Westaway right behind him. So the 35 is currently sitting in P9. Good run there for Jack. He's up a spot in this race. The 68's up a couple of spots. So this is good to see.
Good on you, Jack Atley. He's going to get a top 10 finish by the looks of it. That's fantastic. That's awesome stuff for him. He's been putting in so much effort, as everyone in the field has.
Let's have a look at this. This was hot. Look at this on the last lap. The challengers coming left, right and centre. Let's watch the gold car, or the bronze car, sorry.
What's happened here?
He slowed.
He slowed into the corner and mid-corner. He's still slow. It looks like he's only getting onto it now. I think he may have missed a downshift and then maybe missed an upshift.
I was watching his hands. Normally you can see the hand come off the wheel and rattle around, but he didn't seem to do that. But, well, there we go. 944 Racing. Cam Bella gets the win over Ads Brewer. And Jamie Westaway gets that through. Mark Vidino is the next one through there. Chris Lewis-Williams home in 5th place. Mark Torbert's in 6th. So a good run for those two, although CLW did have that very spectacular spin. Grant, Atley, Roth, Goldman, Westaway, Brisbane, and Carpenter rounds out our race finishes. I'd like to thank, first of all, Emma Dean, and then Joey Kellogg for co-commentating that one with me.
It's not often we're running early here, and I got caught up. My apologies, but it was a fantastic race. Just one of the great races of the season so far, and good on you, Emma.
Plenty of racing still to come. That's the 944 Challenge. VIC V8's are next, and then we'll round out the day with the Formula RX8 cars on track. I'll be back in just a moment with Joel Ramsey and the VIC V8s.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Welcome back trackside, ladies and gentlemen, here for the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Why don't you join us at Phillip Island for the final round of the year, October 3, 4 and 5 at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit. It will be an absolute immense event. There's hardly any categories that we've got clear leaders for. I think Formula V is the only one that's got a very, very clear leader for. So make sure you get your accommodation booked nice and early and get down to Phillip Island for 3rd, 4th and 5th of October. We have got a couple of categories still to go. The RX8s will be the curtain closers for today, but at the moment we have got a fantastic field of the VIC V8s making their way around the track, and it is my absolute pleasure with grid sheet in hand to introduce Joel Ramsey to his second race call ever. And Callum Brannigan was lucky to do that. But from Pit Lane Cartel, check that out on Facebook. We're about to go racing with VIC V8s, Joel.
How good is this, V8s? Is there a better sound than V8s down the road, around the racetrack, honestly?
Oh, yeah, a V10, a V12.
Oh, I had the persuasion to a 5.2 litre V10 and an Audi R8.
Yeah, I know you've got a bit of a penchant for those ones as well.
Or a 6.3 litre V8 in that beautiful Merc.
Yep, either way. But we have got plenty, I'm going to say, of 5 litre and thereabouts. V8s making their way out on track. You've been quite impressed. You've had a bit of a wander through the Big V8 paddock, haven't you?
Yeah, I had a chat to a few of the drivers. There's some absolutely great people here in this paddock. Go up, if you're here, go up and have a chat to them. They'll happily show you the car. Just good, honest people. Absolutely love it. And so I'm learning a little bit about the cars every time I go up, and there's some beautifully prepared V8s up there. That's that EL Falcon from what's his name? Sorry, Pete Owen. That is actually quite a special car, and I've got some more history on that, but later on.
I like this one here that's done in the Danny Bazadzik from the Western Bodyworks, but it's in the livery, Gricey's Craven livery. I just loved that car as a kid, and seeing Danny drives this like an absolute berserk maniac. So he actually won a race in this from the rear of the field, so I'm going to keep an eye on that car right there, and in fact right alongside him as well in the other one of those Tiranas. They are immense.
Andrew Fisher in that Tory is a weapon as well. I mean, those things will be hunting through. I mean, you'd want to be looking in your mirrors pretty hard if you're sitting in front of them right now.
Greg Lynch knows how to win races in the Big V8s. He'll sit on the position number 2. Mark Curry as well in the Commodore Cup car. He's very, very fast. Matt Horn has done a magnificent job. There it is, the green car out there. You cannot miss it. Brett Lehman, another guy that absolutely battles hard. Big welcome, big shout out to everyone's new best mate from Mentone Premix, Gary Finnemore in that coupe. Used to run under the Melbourne's Cheapest Cars banner, but he has got it in the Mentone Premix livery. It looks awesome. Mark Hewicks back to Adam Cadeo, Pete Owen, Bruce Turrell, Rohit, Sanny, Dave, and we are just about to jump away. Have a look at that awesome blue Commodore of Matthew Horn, the wrap studio entry, and away we go. Kakari gets left on the line there. Massive wheel spin in the VH Commodore, so he'll go back 4 or 5 spots, and right through the middle it's Gary Fittermore that will drive through into second place as we see the Greg Lynch Commodore leading the field down into turn 1, and it will be. It's the XB Coupe. I tell you what, you sponsor the race and you get the corner opened up for you to turn 1. It'll be gloves off from here on, Jola.
That's it. What a great move and great start to that XB. I mean, beautifully presented. And he's making a great run up here. And I tell you what, it looks like everyone's got through fairly cleanly. It's a little bit of bish and barge, but I heard there's a somewhat gentleman's agreement here between the VIC V8s that they shouldn't be banging doors like they do in other categories. So
Andrew Jorgensen does keep a very tight grasp on them, but I tell you what, Greg Lynch, don't be confused. This is not a SCAFE car. In fact, it's not even a V8 supercar. It's a tribute.
Oh, he's had a moment. Oh, no.
See. The 68 of Herx, and that is an oil fire. There is an oil leak there. That has gone onto the right rear tyre and gone off there. That was lucky. That was very lucky indeed to be ended up like that. It jagged to the left. Sorry, it moved to the right, then jagged to the left as we see our race leader, Greg Lynch. He'll come storming to the line. It's local yellows now at the top of the hill there, and safety car has been deployed. Greg Lynch has picked up on that as well. He'll have the guys on the radio just letting him know what is going on. So I was touching on the fact that the 22 of Greg Lynch there is a tribute car. It is not an ex-supercar. Here it is. Our leader's going through.
Oh,
wow.
Oh, he's got a cone on the inside of the right rear.
I'm not sure that was the fire.
No, that was a cone. That was an orange cone. It's a pity. I was actually just down there talking to Mark Hewicks, and great guy. Runs his own little shop down there at Narry Warren and Mark Automotive. But really sad to see that, because that's a beautiful car, absolutely beautiful car.
Has the number 14 of Adam Cadeo, that TWR Walkinshaw Commodore, the VL, with all the right bits on it.
It looks immense, and if it was me, I probably would be too scared to take it out of the shed. But I mean, how good does it look on the racetrack?
And isn't it cool that he's doing it?
I tell you what, he's got a big brass set of kahunas to take that out on the track. I tell you,
he does,
or a really good insurance policy. Either way,
I haven't diddled around in his driving suit to find that out, but Joel, it sounds like you're taking this commentary job very seriously and getting.
We're here to give you the facts, aren't we?
We do too. Safety car has been deployed, and what a fantastic weekend we have started already. We've got plenty of racing to go right throughout this weekend. Whilst this safety car is out, we've still got one more race to go. It'll be the Formula RX8 cars out on track. But tomorrow morning, the gates will be thrown open about 7 a.m, so everyone can come here and start their warm-ups and get around the pit and paddock area. The commentators can get the stories from those assembled. And we will go racing. Formula RX8s will draw the curtain today, and they'll open again tomorrow morning. Formula Fords, saloon cars, superkarts, improved production, the sports sedans, Formula V, 944s, and the VIC V8s will roll out on track again tomorrow. So plenty of action still to come. What are your thoughts on the VIC V8s, Joel?
Well, you've just listed about every car category there is, so that's pretty cool. We've got everything here. And for the very cheap price of $15 or $20, I think, for the whole day, $30 for the whole weekend. That's ridiculous. Such good value. But VIC V8s, coming from other categories and some, it's so good. Such lovely people. And I tell you what, there's some beautiful cars. If you like a V8, like me, you know, that beautiful sound, you've got the evoking emotion. These guys have some fantastic cars. I don't know about you. Some people prefer to drive a white goods masquerading as a car, but you can keep that electric stuff. That is not my thing. You give me a 6-litre V8 any day.
Yeah, I like your thoughts there. I think in history the ICE engine will be something that's served us very, very well, and I think we'll learn that the EVs are using up some of our resources faster than what is currently being, politically allowed to be spoken about. But I think racing's going to be here for a long time, and these ground thumpers are certainly what it's all about. Just watching Andrew Fisher, he's hasn't made any progress through the field, and I was with you. He qualified on pole, started from the rear with a 1:15.52, and he was a clear second ahead of Greg Lynch. Now, Greg's leading the race now, albeit under safety car for the moment, and the recovery crews are working pretty hard to get the mess fixed up at the top of the hill there. So, yeah, it's interesting, but I'm with you at the start. You touched on the fact that Andrew Fisher will be pushing pretty hard with that Tirana. I'm wondering if there's actually something with that car that's not allowing him to push.
Yeah,
he's
potentially.
still down the tail.
Yeah, and that's really sad to see because he's such a great guy, and that car is such a weapon. Actually, a few years ago, I was testing down at Wakefield with another team, and we were up on pit wall, and he was coming past like a low-flying military jet.
Yeah.
Oh, it's unreal. And the sound of it is fantastic. It's such a cool car. If you get a chance, go and have a look at them. They are such beautifully presented cars. It looks like museum pieces that they throw around the track, get them sideways. So good.
In fact, I'm actually just looking now for his fellow Touring Car Masters race at Danny Bazadzik in the Tirana as well. And he's not in the field anymore either, so maybe he's stopped somewhere around the track there as well. I tell you what, the good news story out of this is car number 48 starting out of 6th that made it up to 2nd at turn 1 and is now currently sitting in P3. None other than Gary Finnemore, who he's just joined the series as a Mentone Premix Series sponsor. There he is there. And that is one of the best coupes ever built in Australia. And he is driving it brilliantly. You can still see the red roll cage in there that when it was being run in the Melbourne's Cheapest Cars livery in Touring Car Masters back in the day. But he does a terrific job, Gary. He's a great bloke as well. Another one of those absolute decent humans in the pit lane. If someone's got a problem and he's got a spare, he'll lend it to them.
Yeah, I mean, if you're here at the track, he's also got one of his agitators, his concrete agitator, sitting down at the track. It's a beautiful Kenworth T360. Come and have a look at that. If you think his race car is shiny, come and check out the truck. It's like as shiny as my head. It's you'd have to wear sunnies anywhere near it. So.
Malcolm Michael doing a very popular livery there, the 83 Brock livery. Here's Danny Bazadzik. He's joined back on, so maybe he came through the lane. Now he's just joining back on the tail end of the field there. So getting a good look at the field that's still intact and racing. There's the EL Falcon that we were talking about of Peter Owen. Oh, Andrew Fisher's now in the pit lane as well. Thanks, Jola, pointing that one out. But that's very interesting.
Might have been with Danny. He either might have had a problem or he's just the Sandown hide-and-seek champion.
Exactly.
He's done well to hide that car on the racetrack.
Parked it under the grandstand for a little while and then just zodded out. I know Danny away from the racetrack in his business in the panel trade, and a ripping bloke as well. But just getting a nice look at that Falcon coupe, the number 48 there of Gary Finnemore. Looks great. And also Matthew Horn, who's currently sitting 4th in this race. And I believe that, the checkered flag is out. So this will finish under safety car. Sad way to finish a race, and particularly when you've only had a lap and a half of competition. And even sadder when we see a fellow race car driver ding up their car and have to do some work, but runs a mechanical repair shop, so I dare say they'll drag it out tonight and try and start getting it ready maybe tomorrow.
Let's hope
keep
so.
In touch with that.
I know Mark's had that car since 2017 and he was telling me about it, and he's literally upgraded just about every single item on that car except for the tail shaft.
Well, there you go. If you've got a balanced tail shaft, hang on to it.
I might as well. But also, what I forgot to mention is there's a competitor in the 28 car, which is actually a ute, which is, I think it's fantastic to see. His name's Nathan Ford. And you'd think he'd be driving a Ford ute. But no, he's messing with us here. He's driving a Holden ute. How good is that?
And I like what you've done there. You've picked out the Tasmanian in the field and you've given him a shout-out.
Oh, well, let's see. All these legends come from Tasmania.
I
only live there.
In fact, you live where a lot of legends come from. Marcus Ambrose, Paul Stokel, John Bow. You could just keep going on with these Tasmanian legends, can't you?
That's a long list. I mean, if you come down to Tassie, welcome back 15 years where it used to be on the mainland, but not in a bad way. It is absolutely such a beautiful place. The air is nice and clean, and things are still cheap. Bacon egg rolls still cheap.
There we go. Every reason to visit Tassie, and plus it's a lovely place. Greg Lynch takes the win. And that is a good result for him. I'm not sure they've covered enough of the race distance to get points allocated, but they can argue that out tonight at the barbecue. Then we've got Brett Lehman home in second. Gary Finnemore, welcome to the podium, Gary. Matty Horn home there as well. Kikuri, Sani, Bonner, Cadeo, Turrell and Ford round out our 10. We've got one more race to go. It's the Formula RX8s. We'll be back in just a couple of moments.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Did you know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year? Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Karting Madness is Australia's largest indoor go-karting centre with 2 locations in Bayswater and Braybrook. Along with impressive indoor tracks, Karting Madness also has the state-of-the-art racing and golf simulators, amusement arcades, licensed cafe and much, much more. Karting Madness are set up in Trade Alley here at Sandown this weekend. Catch up with the team and find out more information so you can sort your next school holiday plans, Christmas work, breakup, whatever it might be. Book online and enjoy the thrill of racing with Karting Madness. Trico, the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships and Australian Sports Sedan Association would like to acknowledge the generous contributions from Trico. They do a tremendous job right throughout the sponsorship of this round, empowering us to provide great live coverage of this weekend's racing action live and free on Blendline TV. Put simply, without the support of our sponsors, we would not be able to bring you all the action you're enjoying trackside or from the couch at home. Please support the sponsors who support us. We hope you sit back, relax and enjoy the rest of our weekend. Still got one race to go here with the RX8s. I touched briefly on the contribution of Mentone Premix Concrete in that last race where Gary Finnemore was on track. Mentone Premix Concrete is a 4th-generation family-owned business and is Melbourne's leading supplier of decorative concrete. Mentone Premix welcomes all to their state-of-the-art showroom, showcasing their services and the very latest of their finishes and products, delivered via their team of expert staff on hand to assist you at every step of your customer journey. Mentone Premix specialises in all aspects of decorative concrete, so remember to get exposed with Mentone Premix. RX8s are on track, and that magnificent sound of a rotary race engine, we love it. Welcome to Sandown. If you've just joined us on the live streaming on Blendline or indeed here at the track, and if you are watching online, please join us tomorrow. We've got plenty of racing to entertain you. In fact, it's out over 20 races tomorrow as our RX8s make their way around. Sam Silvestro has joined me for this last race of the day. It looks like you guys have got a quick turnaround, albeit overnight. You got the curtain closer and the curtain opener tomorrow, Sam.
Yeah, we do, and the program nearly caught us off guard a little because they've started about 10 or 15 minutes early, but I think everyone's managed to get out there on time. So we're looking good for a nice, clean, late afternoon race. And hopefully, of course, as you say, we're first up in the morning. Hopefully there's nothing to do overnight.
Yeah, indeed. It's great to see the Formula RX8s on track here. The conditions are pretty much perfect. Nice cool air to keep the rotaries nice and cool. There's been a bit of UV on the track, so there's still a good bit of track temp there. So looking forward to seeing how this plays out. Matt Boylett did a terrific job earlier on today, and the Lee Cafisso Racing, Antonio Cafisso, who has done a bit of work with Penrite and historic events in in the clubman that they have there as well. So he's sitting on the second spot in the grid. Michael Starr. Then we go back to Liam Hall. Terry Lewis, who drove very, very well in the Rainbow Warrior. Amber Griffin there as well. Thomas Derwin. Back to Jacob Mayer. Steve Simons. Ross Forbes, who has a lot to do with organising the category in the background, and Stacey Vickers in the number 35. So 11 cars fronting the starter, and our front two rows have already positioned themselves on the grid. Penwright emblazoned across the front of the Lee Cafisso Racing entry there of Antonio. And these cars look $1 million. They've been very, very well detailed, haven't they, Sam? They are turning
presentation
out very well.
is a big part of our category, and they're a good-looking car to start with. So when you throw a few stickers and a bit of graphics on it, they really highlight their curves and smooth shape that still looks very modern today, even though we're looking at a 25-year-old car.
It's hard to believe, isn't it?
Yeah.
I still look at a Series 1 RX-7 and think they look pretty good, and they're 40 years old.
Exactly, yes, they are older, as you say. And as you said too, the track conditions should be fantastic. These rotaries do like a little bit of cool air. You might see a little bit more flames on the gear changes, and that looks spectacular at this time of the afternoon, even though it's pretty sunny. There's a little bit of a headwind down the straight, but it shouldn't bother them. If anything, they're away.
Get away very, very nicely. And, of course, Terry Lewis will be shooting the flames out. He's been doing that for decades in a Mazda, but he goes backwards, in fact, off the line there. Started out of 5. I reckon he's back to about 8th now, but it will be Matt Boylan that gets all the way across to the grandstand side to sweep through turn 1. Very close side by side there with Cafisso and the 49 of Liam Hall. Liam Hall had swapped they'd actually swapped, they were the other way around on the grid, and they've gone from left to right and right to left. But Cafisso forces the issue there and goes through on Liam Hall.
Sure does, but the standout there is Stacey Vickers, who went from last to about 4th or 5th, I think. So he obviously got the gun start.
They come up the famous hill here at Sandown. You see the heat haze, they'll appear. There it is. And it will be Boylett that leads. And that is a handy little lead with 4 corners and a straight done already. Back to Cafisso. And then this battle pack appears there. Thomas Derwent looking to the inside there.
Yeah, he's put a challenge on Griffin. Oh, he's still carrying that challenge.
Isn't he ever? Wow.
Yeah, looks like Lewis and Mayer are going along for the ride. They're going to follow and try and hang in the slipstream.
The rotary motion, number 27. I always think it's quite brave when a race driver puts a 27 there, considering Alan Jones and Casey Stoner won their world championships with those numbers. Setting a pretty clear intent, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't know that little bit of trivia, so I think that's probably where Terry draws on it.
Probably Terry's actually had it probably longer than both of them, to be honest.
Well, that's right too, yeah.
So down into turn 1, our leader, Matt Boylett. Cafisso, 35, looks out from the slipstream. Stacey Vickers from the tail of the race gets...
This will carry on.
Wow, got a multicoloured extravaganza. Cafisso there, just up on the ripple strips. What his old man used to do in the RX4, balance it on 2 wheels through there. But that obviously hasn't skipped a generation. The 35 going through. What a great drive there, starting out of 11.
Yeah, no, he really got the gun start. You're right, and he's up to 4th. He's relegated Michael Starr back to 5th. Terry's a long way back. We're not used to seeing him in 8th, as you say, Terry Lewis. We normally see him a little closer to the pointy end.
Big rev and gear change is synonymous with these rotary engines. Rev match it nicely.
They do like a big rev on the gear changes. It helps to keep the gearbox happy and keep it all flowing.
It certainly does. Match those revs.
Yeah.
There we go. There's the flames in that. Some of the shadows there shooting out the exhaust. Adds to the drama and the theatre of it all.
Oh, you will see a lot of that this time of day. Might even get a little bit of brake glow coming on soon.
Liam Hall now, he's just leading the charge for 3rd place, because our 1 and 2, Boylett and Cafisso on the road in car 80 and car number 26 have skated away very nicely indeed. All cars with their temporary fence hire sticker, Formula RX8 emblazoned across the front and on the windscreen.
Of course, big thank you to TFH. They're our series sponsor. We couldn't do it without their help.
Heavily involved now, aren't they, in numerous forms of motorsport, TFH, and a terrific organisation.
Yes, they are. They're really backing motorsport with cars in Aussie Legends, TA2s. I think because they had a big weekend last weekend, they just couldn't put it all together to have cars here for this one. Otherwise, there would have been a few TFH cars as well.
Yeah, massive weekend at Queensland Raceway for temporary fence hire. Massively considered in the construction industry. Very, very well respected organisation, and jumping on board with motorsport, I guess, making your business part of your enjoyment.
Great to see. It's they've really been very supportive, as I say, of our category as well as all the others that they've been competing in.
Michael Starr now getting iterations of making a place.
He's trying to have a look at the back of Vickers there, but he's also got to stay ahead of Derwent. So, again, these guys are staying pretty bunched up during this race, which is great to see. Funnily enough, Cafisso, even though he's in second, has got the slightly better lap time than Boylett, but he doesn't seem to be threatening him.
There's a pass in a straight line there. The 8 just goes through very, very nicely indeed on Vickers, as does the 42, as Vickers got an issue. Just lost 2 spots in a straight line there. Mustn't have floated onto the straight well enough, because that will punish you here at Sandown. You have to flow the car out of turn 4 and out of turn 12 to get them up the straight. If you don't do that, you get exposed massively to cars just streaming on past.
Now, Vickers did have a problem in race 1. It could be coming back to haunt him again. I'd say it has. Yeah.
What a shame. Starting out of 11th, got up as far as 4th. That's a marvellous drive.
It was, but
what have we got going on here at the top of the hill? 2 won't go side by side through there, not successfully anyway.
That's going to change the look of this race. Derwent really looking racy there.
Michael Starr doing a nice job in the 8. There's our race leader getting the last lap board past the Crow's Nest to finish off the last lap for the RX8s. They've already had a race earlier on today. They're short, sharp affairs, but they will certainly be back on track tomorrow.
First thing
at 9:10, and then that is it. I think.
No, 12:40, 12:30 maybe, as our last race.
Yes,
tomorrow.
it is. Sorry, 12:25.
12:25. There you go.
So here we go. Starr holding the field at bay there. The 49 in behind there with Liam Hall. There's Terry Lewis, the rotary motion.
He's under attack from the S Sport 77 car that Jacob Maher's driving. Jacob's really sort of grabbing that by the scruff of the neck at the moment. He really wants to try and hang with Terry and maybe try and put a pass on him.
I tell you what, if you're hanging with Terry Lewis in a rotary-powered race car, you are absolutely doing a ripping job.
That's it.
Up the slight climb now. Revs aplenty in these rotary-powered Renesis engines. Absolutely charging. Our race leader
Looks
now,
like Boylett
2 corners
will sew it
left
up
to go.
Yeah. I think he's got another one.
Formula RX8, second win for the day. Same as the first. Goes to Matthew Boylett, and he leads home Antonio Cafisso there as well. A round of applause from all the trackside officials there too. That's always nice to see. Oh, the 49 slowing.
Yeah.
Liam
He's had a
Hall
problem.
was in 4th.
Okay, so another big change.
I hate seeing on the last lap when you go back to 0. That's just... don't like that. You've managed to get all the way through.
Very unfortunate, isn't it?
Yeah, let's have a look at these results. Crawling back to the checkered flag. Well, get to the line, you'll drag some points out and then pull it over.
At least he'll pull a result. So as you said, it was Boylett, Cafisso, Michael Starr again in 3rd. Thomas Derwent's worked his way up to the front from the back and finishing 4th. Amber Griffin in 5th, Terry Lewis in 6th, Jacob Maher in 7th, Steve Simmons in 8th. Looks like Stacey managed to recover 9th over the very slowing Michael Hall.
Well, the RX8s, have a look at that. The setting sun here on a winter's afternoon in Melbourne, and it has been an ideal day for racing. I've checked the weather forecast for tomorrow. It will be absolutely magnificent. It's going to be cold when you guys come on track in the morning, the RX8s, but it'll be beautiful.
It will. They'll love that cold, as I say, but good to get out here early and fresh, so we'll see you again tomorrow.
So thank you very much, Sam, and I hope everyone's had a fantastic day. It's down to Callum Brannigan in pit lane.
Thank you, Darren and Sam. That was a fantastic way to wrap up action here for round 4 of the Trico VSRS Series. Sorry, battled that one out. It's getting rather cool down here in pit lane as we're starting to wrap up the day. Emma Dean joining us down here in the pit lane. But what were some of your highlights from today's action?
Definitely the 33 cars on grid for the saloons, Callum. That was phenomenal. The first turn at turn 1 was a bit dicey, but I think they've got a few battle wounds, but they'll be coming back tomorrow, I'm sure, and doing it all again, which is great.
Absolutely. Action aplenty. You saw 10 races coming your way live and free on Blendline TV today. We do it all again tomorrow. We've got over 20 races, I believe, coming your way. And all the racing action starts from 9:05 a.m. tomorrow, Australian Eastern Standard Time. So if you are near the track, we highly encourage you to visit the VSRS website and find out more information about purchasing a ticket coming down trackside. Otherwise, we look forward to seeing you watching from the couch tomorrow.